On your first statement, we're allowed to ask questions and give the answer.
I don't know whether we need to be quite as pedantic as that, but the submitters will make a submission. If you have a question, ask the question.
Oh, so we can't. Okay, I got you. Got the last statement, not the first one. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I said, welcome everybody. It's 9 o'clock, so welcome the people who have taken the time to come and submit. And our first submitter this morning is Cathy Harrington-Watt from Safer Mid Canterbury. So, Cathy, would you like to step up to the table there?
Okay.
Press the red button, or press the button, make your... That's it.
The red one?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Can I take my mask off to speak? Okay. So I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay. So my submission is for women's only swimming night or swimming time. The reason for that is kind of supported by the many models of women's only swimming nights around the country. And I'm not going to list them off, that was in the submission. There have been women-only swimming nights at public pools since 2004 in New Zealand. There has also been some research already done on the benefits of that based on the Mount Roskill swimming pool in Auckland and a comparison also with Papatoetoe. So I feel quite, confident that some background's already been done and that models are already in place and are already working. Some of the models are slightly different, but generally they follow the same thing. So the reason for a women-only swimming night is to acknowledge that there's a barrier for quite a large group of people in our community that will not access a public swimming pool based on cultural, religious, body image or social preference if it's not women's only. So that's the idea behind it. That's why I believe the council would hopefully be in support of wanting to remove a barrier and to allow access for members of the community. I want to stress also, even though I'm from the Refugee Service, I'm talking about all women, all cultural groups in Ashburton District. The reasons why women's only night are fairly obvious, but there are some actual practical issues. One is that it needs to be staffed by females at that time, and that it needs to assure absolute visual privacy at that time. So the other pools and other models around the country have worked out ways and solutions to that, so it's pretty easy to work out how to do that. And also in consultation with members of those communities that would want to use it, they will be able to give us ideas of how to do that at this particular location. The benefits for this group of people, the general big overarching one is wellbeing and health, getting women active, giving them a place where they can also socially connect with other women and other cultural groups, or is beneficial, and we've got research that shows that. Being water safe is probably a very big reason. Unfortunately, our migrant communities, refugee communities fit under that bill in terms of stats for swimming, have a disproportionate representation on drowning in New Zealand. So water safety should be a big concern of ours for any newcomer families who don't swim, and that definitely includes the children. So if you teach the family and get them familiar with water and being safe in water, that will flow on to children hopefully accessing swimming lessons as well. The other thing that other models around the country have found that it's a very good opportunity to do a lot of health education with women. So you have a lot of women, if they're attending and it's on a regular basis, you can actually put in once a month an actual health education component, talking about maybe it's making sure everyone knows how to enrol in a GP, or it could be about women's health around certain things that we can actually incorporate our PHOs into that situation as well. And the other thing is it's enjoyment and fun. I can only speak directly for the families that I work with. Some of them have never been in the water, ever. It is a dream. There's two things often the women say to me. They want to ride a bike and they want to learn to swim or be in a pool. So it's something they're very excited about. Last week we were aiming to go to the Linwood Women's Only Night with all the women. Every single woman over 10 signed up to come on that, and unfortunately we had to cancel because we didn't have enough staff to drive us there, but we're doing it next Wednesday. It is something that they've all spoken about. They know that in Christchurch that there are other families and women, and in Auckland too, have access to this kind of facility. If we want to be making Ashburton a place where our families feel that they're getting access to the same kind of support and services as other places, then I think that's a benefit to Ashburton. The only other thing I want to mention is also a lot of our families, I'm speaking refugees, but it applies to all women. Swimming and going in pools is very relaxing and it helps with stress and anxiety. It can be actually a strategy for good mental health, and again that overall thing around well-being. So hopefully that covers enough information for you to work out whether this is a good strategy and a good idea to pursue.
Thank you, Kathy. I see Mayor Brown has a question.
I do, thanks Kathy, and when we had the former refugee luncheon here, some of the girls said to me about it, which raised the question, and I never thought about it before, but obviously they saw a need, and thanks for picking up on it. You say a woman's only session, night swimming. Do you mean night, or could it be through the day?
It can be
any time.
It can be any time.
Any time.
Yeah, it can be any time. So yeah, it doesn't have to be night. I think it tends to be at night because that's when other pools kind of have their quiet time, so it becomes more logistical to do that. But it can be any
It's
time.
a suitable time.
Yeah.
That's great. The other question is cost. You expect to pay what normal people would pay if the other times of the day? There's no subsidies, just a normal cost, but exclusively for what?
Yeah, I don't have the answer to that because I think that's something that would need to be discussed. Whether we need to access extra funding as well, but one of the barriers can be for communities if the cost is too high.
Right.
So so it just depends. So I'm not sure that would be something you'd need to work out. Yeah.
And the other thing, if you wouldn't be averse to just having a trial to see how it went.
No, not at all. I think that would be smart. Yeah.
Well done. Thanks for the submission.
Okay.
Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. That was a very good presentation and made a lot of sense. When you look, you mentioned some in your submission some other...
Councillor Cameron, could you swing your mic round?
Beg your pardon. You mentioned in your submission some other centres that are doing it, like Pepatari and Mount Roskill and a few others. Are they doing it once a week or twice a week or 3 times?
Once a week.
Only once a week. And is that enough for people to get confidence in the swimming pool? And
I think so. The results they've had is, some women don't want swimming lessons. They just want to actually be in the pool and have fun and be together. But there is definitely an uptake in more confidence in the pool and swimming. Yeah. So swimming lessons would be, something to look at as, is that able to be provided? How can we do that?
Part of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
One other thing, I really like the idea of having, tagging something onto it, some health thing or something, or it might be telling parents how to manage the education system or whatever. And that does fit with our strategy, our fellow councillors, in that we're maximising the use of the stadium. But how would that be managed? Have you got any thoughts as to how that would be managed? Like, who would organise that?
Well, I imagine that if this was something that the council were happy to go ahead with, that we would organise we would have some kind of interagency kind of group, or even with the community themselves, have some people from the different women's groups, and work out what are the things that we can do, and who do we, I think most of the other agencies like health or education will be very happy to have an opportunity where you have a lot of women all together in one place to provide any information they want. Yeah. So I don't imagine that it would be difficult to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
And one more question, with your indulgence, with regards to women's only, does that include females essentially,
Yes.
they include girls,
Yes.
little girls.
That's also a decision. For some women, they want, so to be asking the community, the women, because some women don't want to have to be responsible for their children. Like at the pool, it's just, personally, it's highly stressful when you take kids to the pool. This is for the women, so I would probably have think of an age limit. Some places need to get, they need to organise childcare if the woman's to leave. So, but if it's in the evening, that's the other reason for in the evening is that if they do have partners, then they can leave the kids at home and go. Yeah.
Thank you, Kathy.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Hi, Kathy. Thanks for that submission. And I think we've talked about this for a long time, so it's great that it's come through this submission process. I know you're sort of looking at women's only, but are the men comfortable to go to the pool and have swimming lessons as just on their own?
Yes.
They're quite happy to do that. And are the children being enrolled in swimming lessons, or is that something sort of down the track?
So, first question, yes, the men are comfortable to go to the pool. They do want to learn to swim, so that's another area that we need to follow up on, is getting some funding for that, because they can't really afford the swimming lesson costs at this point in time. We managed to get some funding before Christmas last year, and we used that funding for swimming lessons for the children. So we had quite a number of children do swimming lessons through the EA Network Swim School in January. But we need to get more funding to be able to carry it on. But also at some point, it's important for the parents to have a belief that that's something that they need to focus on themselves and provide for their children. So, and I think that happens, more likely to happen if you invest in the adults getting swim safety as well. Yeah, and also the kids are getting some at school. Yeah.
Thank you. And I think we all take it for granted that we can just go for a swim, so it's great that you've highlighted this.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. How often do you want a woman-only swim?
Once a week.
It's pretty often. If other groups decide that for their preferences they want to do the same thing, it could be a danger. The pool is meant to 50% fund itself. Would your group be agreeable to actually hire it for that period? Because remember, ratepayers put $4 million into this, and if one group get permission to use it exclusively for a period once a week, which is quite a lot, what happens if other groups say the same thing?
I guess that's a question for the council to discuss. Their citizens, I mean, they live here in Ashburton. I'm saying that they actually can't use the pool currently, whereas other groups can. So, yeah, and if another group has a good reason, can argue why they needed a specific thing, then I guess that's up to the council to determine whether that's valid or not.
Councillor Lovett.
I was just wanting to know your numbers, like we're going to put on a bus. Are we looking at, 10, 12 people? Or are we looking at a bigger bus? Because just thinking of the viability of it.
Of a bus, sorry?
Well, if we go to EA Networks and pay staff to have it open for a couple of hours, how many are interested now going through to Christchurch?
At the moment, I've got 19 people just from the refugee community wanting to go to Christchurch.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's just the refugee community. Remember, I'm talking about and I've spoken through the Ethnic Leaders Forum, which represents all different cultural groups in Ashburton. They all are in full support of it and say that they know many women would want to access it and don't access the pool for the same reasons. So, and also spoken to, so I haven't got numbers, but we can certainly do, look at the stats and work that out easily. Hakituri Multicultural Council are also backing this submission as well.
That's good. It'd be good to know the numbers to make it worthwhile. That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, you got another question?
Yes. These other cities or towns that have woman-only nights, they've all got various pools, we've got one. Do you think it's fair for one specific group to take over the pool on a prime time or something? When, I mean, other people are going to say, well, why can't we swim? Why should one group have the right to use it exclusive to everybody else?
Okay, so I just want to clarify, it's not one group, it's lots of different people, different communities. And also it's my understanding that the pool is not actually operating in the evenings. So it won't be clashing with the access for the rest of the public anyway if a night proposal was to go ahead. Is that correct? Am I correct in that? Yes, you are. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions. Well, thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, you Councillor Rawlinson's just warming up. Okay, look, thank you very much, Kathy, for that. Appreciate that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next on the list is Selwyn Price from the Hakatori Multicultural Council. Now, Selwyn, you'll know your way around that table down there, so welcome.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Yes, I do represent Hakatori Multicultural Council, and yes, we do support the submission that you've just heard from the refugee resettlement team. Bear in mind that this is an opportunity that Kathy was talking about for all women, so we're talking about 50% of the community. So from my perspective, a lot of this you heard from me last week or the week before. I can't remember when it was I was last here, but a lot of it still applies to this strategy as well. Hakatori Multicultural Council were quite disappointed with this document. It goes a certain way, but then stops. So it talks about, for example, how Maori and Pacifica are underrepresented in terms of using sports facilities in the district, but it doesn't seem to do any kind of analysis about why that might be. And it doesn't seem to include any other ethnic communities other than Maori and Pacifica. The document itself is full of lots of people enjoying our facilities. If you look at it, they are almost exclusively Pākehā, and I think it's really important that you ask yourselves why that might be. What is it that's creating that barrier for the other 20% of our community to actually use those facilities? Part of it will be purely geographical or logistical. A lot of our ethnic communities live on the northeast side of town, and most of the facilities tend to be on the other side of town. We don't have any local transport, public transport rather. In terms of analysing why it is, it's really disappointing that neither Hakatori Multicultural Council nor Hakatori Marae were part of the pre-consultation. I understand that council went to Arawhenua, and yet they have delegated social concerns in this district to Hakatori Marae, but as I understand it, no approach was made to Hakatori Marae. Likewise, if you had come to Hakatori Multicultural Council, we could have put staff in touch with the Ethnic Leaders Forum, who, as Kathy just said, does represent all of the ethnic communities in our district. And just simple things like, we have these consultations, but we don't have these documents written in languages other than English, as far as I am aware. We don't have it in our other official language. We don't have it in any of the commonly spoken languages in this community. I think if you want to get more involvement from those people who are underrepresented, you need to go a little bit further to make it accessible to them. I don't really have much more to say than that. The rest of it's contained in our written submission.
Thank you, Selwyn. Are there any questions? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are you? Good morning.
Morning.
Just a couple of questions. What do you call the Multicultural Council? What is involved there? Am I part of that as an immigrant?
Yes, you can be.
Okay, so basically it's for everyone here, not only 20% you talk about.
Well, the 20% I'm referring to is what's stated in the document, which is 20% of our community are born overseas. I think that includes you.
Okay, that's that part. Another question, and there's a lot of, like you said, languages spoken here, and it's great. I do it as well. But I also can try to do my English part, and it was the main thing for us to come here. So why do other people who want to come here, for the good reasons or bad reasons, why do they not learn the basic English? I think there is an opportunity for that. I don't have anything in them talking in their own language, but you go to another country, you should, I think, put something in to be part of it.
Yes, English is the lingua franca of New Zealand, but not everybody is blessed with an education. Some are actually come here illiterate in their own language, and therefore learning English is incredibly difficult. But we still bring them here for our own purposes, mostly to work in primary industries, as I mentioned last time I was here. And it is incumbent upon us to make them feel part of the community while they are getting better at English. And if you want to reach out to that community, and you have said in this document that other communities are underrepresented, then you need to make it easier for them to understand the nuances of what's contained in the document. Basic English will not be sufficient to navigate your way around this document.
Thank you, Selwyn. Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Selwyn, for your submission. Just on the languages, what languages do you think we should have published the document in?
I would have said Maori, some of the Pacifica languages, Samoan, Tongan, probably Tagalog as well. And Spanish, we have a burgeoning Spanish-speaking population. I think Spanish wouldn't be amiss either.
Councillor Brahms, Dutch, would we do it in Dutch as well? Should we?
We could do Dutch as well, but as I alluded to, most Dutch people have very good access to very good education, and in my experience, most Dutch people speak English perfectly well.
Councillor Cameron.
Thanks, Selwyn, and I take your point with regards to your submission. I think that they're very reasonable points that you make, especially with regards to our other official language, and I think we should perhaps bear that in mind. With regards to the Dutch population aspect, I'm not sure what that is, Lane, but if it needs special representation, then we need to acknowledge that. My point comes down to, talking about the barriers, and you've touched on them briefly, and I know that you're speaking from the Targetary Multicultural Group, but with regards to disabled people, do you see an opportunity there for accessing playgrounds and things and restricting access, and how we can improve that from the disability perspective? Or?
I have no expertise in that area, other than that my wife was once designed playgrounds. The more barriers we can remove, the better. No, it doesn't matter what the barrier is or what group's been excluded because of it. I think, if we want, we have some fantastic facilities in this district, but there are groups such as the disabled who cannot access them.
No, yeah, that's right. With regards to the migrants and the the refugees or the ex-refugees that come to Ashburton, what is stopping them accessing the playgrounds and things, do you think, or accessing the free sporting?
A lot of them do. Transport is a big issue initially to start with. We've now had former refugee families here for over a year. I think there are probably 2 of them who have their own private transport. Getting a New Zealand driver's licence after 12 months is quite an ordeal for some of them. You can only drive on an international driver's licence for 12 months, and then you have to go back through the process. That's a big part of it. I think cost, when it comes to facilities like EA networks, and the geography of it, which is linked obviously to transport as well.
So with regards to your, can I just ask one more question, please?
Yeah,
With regards to the people, not the refugee people, the people that have your migrant population, so they have employment often and housing and all those things.
Yep.
Is cost still a barrier? But how is the council dealing with the language barrier? Say someone turns up to the EA networks or to other areas to participate in sport or recreation. Is there any issues about that, like the language? Is that a problem?
I think both language, culture, and cost are considerations. I think it's important that council actually reaches out to those communities and makes them aware of what is available and who can use it. It's not sufficient for a facility to sit there and expect people to come. They need to be told about how they can use it, why they should use it, and they need to be, as I say, all of those things need to be done in a way that's culturally comfortable for them as well.
Yeah.
And that's why reaching out through the Ethnic Leaders Forum, for example, would be a good way
would have
of
been as a
approaching
not lost opportunity, perhaps. Thank you.
Councillor Lovett.
I was just going to ask, what facilities aren't friendly? Because, I mean, every time I take grandkids to the pool swimming, there's a multicultural lot of people there. You go up to the main domain, and I love sitting there watching all these ethnic groups and migrants and that putting up their nets and having family games and picnics. It's really great to see it because a lot of us Kiwis just don't do that. And it's really good to see, and I'm just trying to put in my head, what facilities or what is the problem?
Okay, so if we take the domain, for example, it's well used, and migrant families use it just as much as non-migrant families. They probably do, as you point out, use it more. Playing cricket, playing football, those kind of things, volleyball, for example. But if you take the example of volleyball, there's a park over on Chalmers Ave on the east side, which is where many of our ethnic community population live. And in the summer, they put up a volleyball net, and there is a whole swag of people having a great time. But there are no toilet facilities there. Okay. And the nearest public toilet facility is on East Street. So there are those kind of barriers that really need to be thought through if we are going to get everybody out playing, as this strategy seems to have as one of its aims. There's infrastructure that needs to be built that make right across the town, not just in certain parts of the town, that make it more friendly.
Okay, yeah.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Morena Selwyn.
Morena.
Just following on from Councillor Cameron's question, do you think there's an opportunity for the Hakateri Multicultural Council and the Ethnic Leaders Forum to work with council on these things instead of just saying one person has to do it? I think it's a collaborative approach. Just wondering if you agree with that.
Absolutely, totally agree with that. And last time I was here, I mentioned the settlement steering group. We've since had a meeting of that steering group, and again, that's ADC working in collaboration with not only the Hakateri Multicultural Council, but with a whole load of other agencies as well. I think that's a good starting point.
Yeah.
Another good starting point, which I mentioned to you last time, is the appointment of somebody in the Welcoming Communities Advisory role. But yes, we are all aiming for the same outcome. Why wouldn't we work together?
Last question from Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Selwyn, last year we spent quite a bit of money to getting an information centre in the community house called CAP. Can that work together? Because I get a feeling that everyone's got his own wee empire. or not? You know, is it, because I've got the feeling you asked the same what someone else asked and someone else. Are you working together, or how's it working?
Yes, we are working together.
Okay.
So we do not replicate what CAB do.
Okay.
If it's appropriate, we do refer people that come to the migrant centre to the CAB, who are just a few metres down the hall. We work very, very closely together, and there would be no point in trying to compete with an agency that's already operating in that space.
Thank you, Selwyn.
No further questions? Thank you, Selwyn, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Tanya Derns from Mid-Canterbury Rugby Union. Welcome, Tanya, and just before I ask you to make your submission, could I just caution councillors again that the submitters are here to make their submissions and their points of view. I note that the conversation is starting to get into a debate and an opinion on this and an opinion on that. This is a question and answer session. It's not a debating session. So if I just ask councillors to be a wee bit circumspect in how they ask the questions. Tanya, thank you and welcome.
I'm pleased you did that just before I sat down. Yeah, as the chair has introduced me, I'm Tanya Derns, CEO at Mid-Canterbury Rugby Union for my sins. We note the union that the council's previous strategy was focused on the development of the EA Network Stadium, which opened in 2015, and now the current strategy is focusing on fulfilling that potential and encouraging increasing levels of recreation participation across our community. Mid-Canterbury Rugby Union is located at the AMP Showgrounds. We operate under a lease to occupy agreement with the AMP Society for 9 months of the year. We are the only one of a small number of provincial unions throughout the country that don't own outright or occupy or operate from a council operated facility. Mid-Canterbury Rugby Union has over 1,800 active registered participants across our district this season. 25% of these participants identify as Māori or Pacifica, and less than 4% identify as Asian. This equates to over a quarter of our district's population being actively involved in rugby every single week during the winter sports season, either as players, coaches, managers, administrators, volunteers, or sideline supporters. We have all learnt, given COVID is the gift that keeps on giving, over the past 2.5 years that we need to be adaptable, we need to be inventive, and we need to be resilient to keep our members active and engaged. As an ongoing part of the draft Play Active Recreation Strategy, we would like the Council to consider the continued development of the land surrounding the stadium to create a purpose-built field sport facility, mainly for rugby, but to include both a grassed number 1 facility or field and a full-sized all-weather multi-sport artificial turf, and both of them with some spectator viewing opportunities. This would place rugby at the heart of the community and enable joint leadership with the union, the council, Sport Canterbury, to change the sporting experience to meet the participants' needs. Both spaces with approved lighting would enable night competitions, trainings or night activities, and for a range of field-based sport. This would enhance our ability to offer alternative rugby competition opportunities to our participants, which is very limited from our current base at the showgrounds. With only half of one field lit, we cannot train. We can barely train. We can certainly not play games under that lighting. We have this year launched a junior advisory board made up of 2 representatives from each of our 9 clubs, aged between 8 and 13 years. One of the first things they said on their wish list was to play night rugby like the Crusaders and the All Blacks do. Balance is better is an evidence-based philosophy, as you know, to support quality sporting experiences for all young people, regardless of ability, needs and motivation. Having a facility that would allow quality sporting experiences is an absolute must here in our district. Providing a facility to play some of our competitive rugby season under lights and midweek would offer up opportunities to different competitions. We've discussed in-house First Nations Sevens tournaments, Women's Only 10 series, mixed touch, junior touch collaboration with Mid-Canterbury Touch Associations, adult rugby, and it would go a long way to addressing some of the barriers that are faced. Balancing their employment to get Saturdays off is always a challenge. 6-day working weeks is an ongoing thing. Family commitments, church commitments for our Pacifico and Māori-based population. Other sports and recreation pursuits, because there's just so much on offer here in Mid-Canterbury. And there's also volunteer burnout, because they have to be in 5 places over a period of 6 or 7 days. We need buildings that are fit for purpose, that provide a safe and healthy alternative, with changing facilities that are gender neutral and appropriate. We do not have changing facilities that are suitable for our women's and girls' programs currently. A considerable amount of money is spent by the union every year to maintain grounds and to repair damages done by horses and dogs, not to mention the health aspect of having to share grounds with animals. Dog poop alone takes up to 8 weeks to decompose if it's not removed immediately. Just a side note. The recent New Zealand Rugby agreement to partner with Silver Lake Investments will allow every union in the country to make some inroads into their legacy wish lists. Silver Lake Investment promises an exciting and a sustainable future for rugby. The Legacy Fund under the deal provides a long-term equity base for the development of our game at all levels, specifically to ensure that there is a significant amount of investment for community rugby. In turn, this means that the additional funding will allow opportunities for unions to partner with community and councils to develop grounds alongside current stadium and pool facilities. Development of a purpose-built facility would continue to grow the legacy of our game and other field sports across the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. Councillor Lovett.
I'm just going to ask about, like, you're looking for one field down there or several fields to play, and in the future, you know, with all the sports clubs around the rugby fields, would everything be centralised in this big new hub you're looking at, and games not played around the district?
No, what we're looking at is an opportunity for us to have a couple of fields. One would be an all-purpose artificial turf that could be multi-sport use. When it's not rugby, it could be anything, could be futsal, could be soccer, could be hockey, could be running, could be anything. But we would like to have a purpose-built grass turf that we could call home for our Mid-Canterbury Heartland team, but would also provide a training opportunity. It would provide midweek games that we could showcase. We don't want to take games away from our clubs, but we want to be able to offer an opportunity for them to play midweek under lights in an environment that frees up weekends for them to do family things, pursue other sport, and obviously employment.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tanya. The question I've got is, you know, it's a big organisation we're a part of, but you're talking about Mid-Canterbury. Who's going to pay for that? The rugby union? Or are you asking money for council?
What I'd like to do is ask for a partnership between both the council and other community organisations. We certainly would contribute to that. We probably don't have 15 million sitting in our back pocket to be able to do that.
Oh,
we would certainly be able to contribute towards that. As I said, the Silver Lake investment in rugby provides an opportunity for us to start working through our wish list, and our legacy wish list is to have a purpose-built facility that Mid-Canterbury Heartland Rugby can be, you know, proud of.
Yeah, thank you. Can I ask one question? Like the Stillmont Club and all those things, they still have the lights there at night time, they do the practicing. You want to keep those facilities going?
Yeah, absolutely. Our clubs, we've got 3 or 4 clubs that have lights and facilities to be able to train at night. None of them, however, are adequate enough for us to actually play a National League type game under. And I do have some questions around the lux levels of some of them, whether they're actually even safe enough for them to actually train under at night.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. My first question, Mr. Chairman, is, Tanya, would you agree with me of the way that you have turned around participation of sport already in Ashburton with your Facebook page, your inclusion of 75% of your staff are women, and that, so my question is, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would. We have certainly made some inroads employing a little media intern who can drive the social medias, because I've got no idea which button to push. And I think the teenage and early 20s are all over that sort of social media. And yes, we have one male in our office who we call 25%, but the rest of us are female.
Yeah. Okay. My second question, Mr. Chair, is what do you think is the percentage limit of participation in up to 18-year-olds you could get if you had the facilities that you have asked for today?
Currently, I said we had over 1,800 registered participants
Correct.
in our organisation at the moment. Probably about 1,100 of those are aged 13 and under, and then we drop off considerably in that teenage space, and that's a concern for us. I would say I would like to put a sort of a conservative target of around 50% growth in our teenage market. Just being able to provide alternative opportunities and alternative competition types around that teenage space.
Okay. My third question, Mr. Chairman, is do you think that rugby and council should go it alone in this project, or do you think they should set up a maybe community committee that involves other sports that may be able to use the grounds once that is put together? How would you envisage community involvement in this project?
Absolutely, all about collaboration. We can't do it on our own, and we would certainly need the community to come with us, as with the council. I see it's important that it is a as I've said all the way through, it's a multi-sport facility, and it certainly would need to have that community involvement and that community support to be able to drive this project. It's not, a small project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Tanya, for your submission. Just a couple of questions around the other clubs. Have you discussed with them this concept, and are they supportive?
Yeah, look, I think the development of this project has been discussed well before my arrival in Ashburton, and as I understand it, the clubs would be backing our support to have a purpose-built facility for rugby. It would certainly give us quite a bit of kudos around the country to have a facility that people would come to, that people would be proud to show off as their home ground, especially in heartland competition. Our junior rep teams would be home for them as well, and clubs would see it as an opportunity for them to have showcase games throughout the season under the lights at on the big field in the big facility.
And would they be willing to financially contribute like the rugby union would?
I couldn't answer that yet. I haven't actually gone down that road with them in terms of financial support for it.
It'd have to be a question at some stage.
Yeah.
And you say 2 fields, one for training on, yet you mentioned that clubs around have training fields on them already. Would you need 2 fields, or would one be sufficient?
Two fields would be ideal. You can't actually play first class rugby on a artificial turf, but we would like to have a proper grass turf to be able to play first class matches on, and club games on, and competition games. The practice facility would be for anybody that needed to use the facility. We have rep programs running 12 months of the year. We have participation programs that run 12 months of the year. We are launching an academy program for 14s to 18-year-olds, which will need training space throughout the year.
Just raised another question. Why can't you play a game on artificial turf and a representative game on artificial turf?
Well, I can't say that you can't play it. It would be preferred not from first class.
For what reason?
Probably because of the physical toll it can take on your body. It's okay for up to a certain age or a certain size of player, but when you get into adult men, full-grown men, you see a lot of skin come off elbows and knees and hips and stuff. So it's they'd prefer not to.
Oh.
I wouldn't say they wouldn't, but I would say they would prefer not to.
Thank you. Or do some fields have a combination? Is that more acceptable?
There is some turfs, I understand, that are a combination of.
Is that acceptable for international first class?
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We all know that you quoted the drop-off in teenage boys. Would a facility really make any difference? Is it not the psychology, the physicality of rugby, the way the rules are at the moment, that's why teenage boys rather than the facility.
Could I just interrupt here with all respects to Councillor Wilson? You are looking for an opinion, you're not really asking a direct question to the submitter. So I'm going to disallow that one. Okay. We need to get on. So I just ask councillors again, if you've got a question, by all means ask a question concerning the submissions, but we're not here for debating opinions and whatnot. Councillor Rawlinson.
A lot of my questions have been answered. I had many. I'm a sideline rugby follower for the last 14 years, starting with a 4-year-old who's now 18. But anyway, I've observed a lot, and I do, yes.
Councillor Rawlinson.
One of my questions was, is the proposed facility
Councillor Rawlinson, if your question has already been answered, what question do you have to ask now?
I had 2 questions, and one was about, is the proposed ground, if it was down at EA Networks, more for the elite levels?
Absolutely not. It's a community-based facility.
Thank you. And my second question was, do you have a plan for programs to keep the teenagers in the sport?
Yes, we do. Absolutely. We have as I just touched on, an academy program launching shortly, 14 and under to 18 and under, across 3 levels of development: foundation, development and performance.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Is there any further questions? It doesn't appear to be. Councillors, I don't want to berate you and beat you over the head, but please be circumspect in the questions that you ask. Otherwise, we're going to be here for the rest of the day debating issues, which is not the purpose. So our next, where are we? Brett. Our next submitter is Brett Hobbs from the Hackatry Youth Sports Club. Brett, welcome.
Thank you. As we've sent out to you as an indication of the costs for a secondary school kid to achieve a dream at playing basketball, that's pretty relevant to any sport where you're based in mid-Canterbury in that secondary school era. So I guess Hackatry Youth Sports Club was set up last year to try and help fund secondary school kids in sport. So obviously COVID threw a spanner in the works and we're a bit behind where we wanted to be, but it was set up as an entity for the community to use as a vehicle to try and help fund that space of kid between year 9 and 13. So one of the biggest problems any sport's got, and I'll use Tanya as a bit of an example, is there's an under 14 team this year that never got fielded because they haven't got coaches and management available. The volunteer space, I think, in mid-Canterbury's got to evolve with the help of council. There's people doing outstanding jobs coaching teams, but in that secondary school space, because there's not a lot of club infrastructure, it's generally run by the schools, you're revolving around parents to try and keep sport alive. So one example, again with rugby, is there's one guy coached the boys first 15, the girls first 15, and now he's doing the girls senior basketball because they can't find people. So then it comes down to how do we value our volunteers? And one thing we can do as a community is offer them the use of EA while they're volunteering in that secondary school space. But then you can actually go further and say, well, how about our volunteer firemen and our St John's people and those people that give to the community? I think the council should look at, setting up a way of giving something back to try and keep volunteers, whether it's umpires, netball, whatever. We need those volunteers. So how do we progress and encourage them to do it? And then, as I say, the other part of it is the costs involved on this area between 14 and 20 of how to keep kids in sport. So that's what the trust is set up to try and help the community fund and keep kids and volunteers, in the game. So, yeah.
Thank you, Brett. I've got one question just to start with. So what I understand you to be saying is you would like the ratepayer to assist in this?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Because if we're talking we're a community, those volunteers that give to the community are the biggest asset we've got.
Thank you, that's fine. Yeah. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Have you spoken to clubs about this? I mean, like a Southern Rugby, do they expect the ratepayers to pay their coaches?
Well, we're not paying them. So if we offered the volunteer firemen, for example, here's a gym membership, if you'd like it, you might get 5% uptake of a facility that will cost you nothing as a ratepayer. It's already open, it's already there. You know, we've got to be smarter about how we evolve as a community. You know, sooner or later, you're getting your volunteer system is giving from the bottom up. What I'm suggesting is we start working from the top down.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My question is, Brett, do you think that with the timing each week of activities is limited because we haven't actually got the facilities that allows us to spread time? For example, if I may, it has been suggested by one submitter that we might be better off if we could alter the time of training for teams to a night time instead of everything happening on a Saturday because of the 6-day week. Do you think there's enough facilities around? Is that part of the problem or not? If we had more facilities under lights, safe, that we could actually have better participation at times that we don't have training now.
I think we've learned through the first 15 system at college that we have to revolve around having practices straight after school, or else we don't get the kids turning up.
Oh, right.
So they basically go straight from school to practice. So, you know, there's also in that secondary school space, to me, if we want to keep kids in sport, we basically need, like the example of the superstar here, we need a way for him to go and train where he's not out of pocket at the start, and hopefully can drag 3 or 4 mates along with him to train. So in theory you could have a class pre-school that hopefully you can get some kids turning up to, and it doesn't matter whether they're tennis, skiing, golf, rugby. You know, I think we need to provide the facility for them to be able to train without the cost burden of it in that secondary school space. I mean, the secondary school kids, in my view, are the least supported group of individuals, because when the kids are little, they get a lot of parental support. When they move into that year, you know, especially 11 to 13, we would struggle first 15 wise to get, you know, 50% of the parents to watch a game. You know, so the support for those kids and the ability for them to fund what they want to do is very limited.
We have another question here, Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What exactly do you want? I know exactly what you. I understand the picture you make here.
Yeah.
Is it not part of the school? Should it be education, where the money comes from, or you know, should it be part of the parents and the school? I'm a wee bit lost why we're coming into this.
Yeah, because what college, for example, without being negative about it, they're there to teach kids English, maths, and sports very much a sideline to them. So when we first got involved with the first 15, it was about to fall over. So we had to work out how to keep sport alive, which rugby is no different to any other sport at college. You know, in that area of teenage kids, getting them to participate in sport, which we all know is mentally and physically good for them, is an area that we need to encourage. And I just think the costs are getting out of control for that particular age group of kids that have to travel to compete. You know, it's becoming you know, too far a reach.
If I can ask.
Very quickly, Councillor Brown.
So basically, you're looking for funding for travelling and getting to sports.
No, what I'm looking for is for council to have a serious think about how we can appreciate our volunteers, whether it be in sport or in the community.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
Thank you very much, and Brett, appreciate that. There are no further questions. Next, I'd call Mandy Casey from the Cancer Society. Mandy.
Thank you. I'll do a wee spill first and then I'll give you. Morena, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to submit to the strategy and to present my submission today. The Cancer Society values a very strong partnership it has with Council, built over many years. I'd like to also congratulate Ashburton District Council for your commitment to health and wellbeing and policy and continuing to shape our community to be a great place to live, work, play, and where everyone is included, having fun and being active. I've just got a wee video. Do I just start off?
I'm Anne Tolley. I'm the chair of the commission that's been appointed to the Tauranga City Council. We heard from people that they wanted shade, particularly around the playground areas. They've planted the trees so that they will eventually shade some of the equipment. But in addition to that, the shade sails then form an extra layer of protection from the sun, but also protects against skin cancers. All of that combined means that we're providing a healthy environment for our young people. We've had a huge response, actually. People have been really excited about the fact that we have a program that's going to roll out across the city. A large role for councils, for local government, is placemaking. They have to be places that people can come and enjoy. Councils then have a responsibility to make them safe. So looking for protection for both the parents and the children as they play outside.
So, we all know that we live in a beautiful country with clear skies, no pollution, and very high UV. And we've also got the highest rates of skin cancer along with Australia. Unfortunately, we share that stat. And hopefully you've read my submission and you've seen a few of the statistics that I've got listed. I mean, estimated 90,000 non-melanoma cases per year in New Zealand. I mean, there'll be people in this room who have had basal cell, squamous cell carcinomas cut out, maybe even a melanoma, hopefully not, but. Anyway, we know we've got 2,800 invasive melanomas are diagnosed every year as well, and the health costs are huge, which I won't bother going through all those. But what can we do? And it is, I think, where government and like the Cancer Control Agency Cancer Prevention Report, I don't know if you've managed to have a wee read of that as well. It was part of my submission, but if you haven't, go and have a wee look. This report identifies there's a clear role for skin cancer prevention within local government. That's what the government has said. So we've got UV peaks, and when people are out playing sport middle of the day, out, and often when, I know you probably will have done a shade audit yourself when you're out and about, but there's often no shade. It's up to what you wear your hat. Hopefully that's encouraged. But what I really want to point out, the Ashburton District Council, they're in a unique position to be the first council in the South Island to create a comprehensive sun protection policy. This is a progressive and important step for council, taking sun safety seriously and in creating healthy outdoor environments that provide protection from excessive UV radiation and ultimately reduce skin cancer risk. These interventions are also in line with the skin cancer prevention, primary prevention and early detection strategy. We've produced lots of guidelines, the Cancer Society, that works closely with councils to assist in when developing policy. I've also previously raised providing adequate sun protection before in other strategies, other meetings. But yeah, so I just really wanted to point that out, and whether out of the 60, I think we've got 69 councils in New Zealand, there are 5 councils that have a sun protection policy. They're all in the North Island, so Ashburton District Council has already shown they're ahead of the game with policy writing and forward thinking. So I'm just sort of really putting it out there and seeing what else you as a council can endorse to protect our community.
Thank you, Mandy. Summing up, and I read through your submission, really what you are asking or promoting is shade when we're playing sport, and to have a policy going forward into the future. In a nutshell, is that really
that's right.
That's what you're really saying?
Spectators as well as people participating.
Okay,
and that incorporates playgrounds as well. I mean, there's a survey that was done that I listed in my submission. 75% of respondents said it was the council's role to provide shade in public places. So, you know, any new developments, that if you had a policy in place, that would be one of the ones, you know, you'd tick off new developments, looking at what you've got, how you can make it better. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Well, you must have done a very good job.
No question for me. No worries.
Thank you for taking your time and your very full submission too.
That's great. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Right. Next we have Donna Favour from the Ashburton Citizens Association. Welcome, Donna. You've been at that table often enough to know the procedure, so welcome and proceed.
Thank you very much, and yes, I have. I have been very verbose in the preparation of the written submission, but I will take it as read, and I will just highlight a few of the responses. So I'll start with Category 3, general comments, and talking about the reserve management plans. And it's noted that of the 16 reserve boards with councillor representation, and the Ashburton Domain, which has no councillor representation, that they total 17, and just a handful of them have plans. My understanding is when the Reserve Management Act was compiled in 1977, it was a requirement that all reserve boards should have plans within 25 years. The other thing I'd like to highlight is the reserve management classifications, and as I prepared the submission, I read that Linford Reserve is marked for retirement. My understanding is that classifications can be transferred to other areas, and I wonder if it's timely to look at some significant areas within the district that are behaving as if they were reserves but are not classified as such. And those would include the EA Network Stadium and Grounds, Lakewood, Argyle Park, which seems to have outgrown its current classification of a neighbourhood park, and finally the Ashburton Business Estate. This would of course highlight the disbursement of council green spaces in the township and the 3 significant reserves in the west, while there are none in the east side of Ashburton. I'd then like to go on to page 4 with a bit of a background, and the Ashburton Citizens Association wish to congratulate the council on commissioning a utilisation study and marketing plan, which is a very useful tool for you going forward. It would have, however, been useful for those submitting to have access to such a report to construct more informed responses. And the Citizens Association appreciate that background, however, feel one important sporting sector not mentioned are the funders and sponsors. And there are many. As you'll see, I'm wearing my Regent shirt because I'll be heading back to work after this. And we, for one, have been some sponsors who have been sponsoring sports groups and players of the day in this district for over a quarter of a century now. I'll then jump down to digital transformation. And I did note that Selwyn District Council were very proactive in creating apps that allowed people to look online and find their local park. They did at one stage run an introduction for residents where you would go to a park, there would be a QR code, you could scan that you have been, and you could do a tour of the parks, which I thought would be a wonderful way to get people engaging with the equipment that you already have out there. And council have some great facilities out there. I'm now on page 3 and I refer to page 6 in the early engagement. And it was included, the annual report states that the Hakateri Marae Committee, under the request of Te Runanga o Arawhenua, they have requested that the marae be involved in day-to-day issues for the community. And I would imagine that the play, active, recreation and sports strategy is something that would be classed as day-to-day issues. Jumping down to the proposed new visions, goal 1, bullet point 3, more Maori and Pacifica people are active and confident. And we're meaning physically confident. While we acknowledge that the 2 ethnic groups named are often reported as having less than average outcomes, health outcomes, and are therefore the focus of central government priority and funding, we believe that a more general phrase such as all people have the opportunity to be active and physically confident is a better fit for this strategy. If there was a map of Maori and Pacifica households, we speculate that the majority would be located in Ashburton East, based on ethnic diversity at Eastside primary schools. If that map was then viewed alongside a map of neighbourhood parks and reserves, we consider a disproportionate gap in council facilities on the east. So which comes first? Is it that Maori and Pacifica have poorer health due to low engagement? Or is it that at a very young age, habits were never formed due to a lack of play, active recreation and sport opportunities within a close proximity to their residents? Due to a lack of facilities on the east side of Ashburton, private sports clubs such as Hampstead All Sports, Hampstead Basketball Stadium, Collegiate Rugby North and South are becoming the default locations. Of the 9 parks on the east side of Ashburton, just 4 have play equipment. And again, with the lack of council facilities, east side residents are often visiting Ministry of Education playgrounds in the weekend, including Netherby, Hampstead Intermediate and the Christian School. They are not solely responsible for providing playground equipment, particularly in the weekends. 2 important pieces of council infrastructure required to support play, active recreation and sport are public conveniences and seating. We note that in recent years there have been toilets built in Hinds at the Hinds Domain, in Mackay on State Highway 1 next to Salmon Tails. And it does pose the question, does Ashburton District Council have greater consideration for those travelling through the district than they do for the residents? There are council toilets on East Street and at the cemetery on the east side of Ashburton. However, it is noted that with the new addition at the cemetery, older residents are struggling to go to the old toilets, and we understand it was a requirement of the resource consent that there were to be toilets provided in the new section. I'm wondering when that would occur. On the matter of seating, we note that due to the absence of parks and the walking cycling strategy tracks being predominantly on streets, residents are walking primarily on footpaths. There are very few park benches located alongside footpaths. One was recently removed from a small garden near the intersection of Peter and Victoria, which we thought was to be reinstated but never has. And while the strategy is encouraging participation, there is also the need for those new and returning to fitness to have adequate resting spots. Residents have been witnessed sitting on telecom plinths while walking companions have to stand alongside, as there is just room for one posterior at a time. Not ideal, but definitely an opportunity for improvement with council leadership. I've talked of collaborating with school pools. Straw and Fields is a wonderful opportunity on the east side of Ashburton, and I understand that there are plans afoot for walkways, cycle tracks, playground, half basketball court, and a significant opportunity for council to collaborate and plan for remedying the imbalance of recreational space locations on the east. School pools. While ADC EA networks currently work with the Timmel Domain to manage the Timmel pool over the summer period, would like to see similar relationships extended to other pools, thinking primarily of Hampstead School, Fairton, Hines, and I presume there are more out there as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Donna, for your very full submission. Do we have any questions? Whatever.
Just one question, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Brown.
So Donna, you talk about the east side of the town and lack of facilities there.
Mm-hmm.
What would you like to see there, specifically?
I'd like to see playground areas. I mean, the latest playground equipment that went in was along East Street near the toilets and primarily for children to be entertained while parents are shopping. But there are many children who live on the east side of Ashburton, and crossing East Street and West Street to come to the Domain is difficult. They already have to do it at a certain age where children are crossing from west to east to go to intermediate, and then conversely they're heading back to college as they get older. But I would like to see recreational space where parents could encourage their children to go out, and spaces where there were toilets, because the lack of toilets on the east is a frustration. Speaking to a resident who lives alongside, and someone will have to correct me here on the name of the park, the old cemetery just down from Mona Square, a block east of Mona Square.
Yeah.
Talking to a resident nearby there, they have witnessed people who will buy their food at the fast food stores, head up the road, find the nearest park, sit at the park and have their dinner, and urinate along the fence line. And the same happens in Digby Park. They're urinating along the fence line as well. So I would like to see the park supported. I have witnessed the editor of The Guardian, who resides on this side of town, walk his dog, and then 2 weeks later I've spotted him at Argyle Park and said, but you live on the other side, and it's yes, but I've got nowhere scenic to walk my dog, and there are toilets over this side, and I can have a drink of water. So I would like to see a better balance.
Thank you, Don. I think you made that point very well in your submission. Councillor Lovett.
Thank you. It's a great submission. Yeah, getting back to the east side, we've struggled with this. Where would you like to see toilets? Which park on the east side?
My observation is the council park that is most utilised at the moment is Digby Park, which has the tennis courts in the corner. You've got the pipe band hall. Perhaps there's an opportunity on the exterior of the pipe band hall to build toilets that would face out onto the park.
Okay, thank you.
However, long term, I think Straw and Field is a wonderful opportunity.
Thank you. Any further questions, councillors? No, it looks as though you've satisfied everybody so far, Donna.
Oh, that's
Sorry?
something I've strived for years and never achieved.
Sorry, just one moment. Councillor Mackay, I apologise.
A question. Has the pipe band hall moved?
Thank you very much, Mayor Mackay.
I think we know what Donna meant, Councillor Mackay.
No, thank you.
No, I don't.
Oh.
Thank you very much. I did make a mistake. It is the silver band. Thank you very much for the other councillors.
Supplementary. Is that private property or council property?
My understanding is it's a lease arrangement between the Silver Band and the council to use council land. That's my understanding.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Donna. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you.
Now, we're running quite a bit behind. We were going to have morning tea and the next submitter was due now. Is it?
He's been asked to wait for morning tea if you like.
Oh, okay. Right. Okay, we're going to have 10 minutes. Quick break, 10 minutes. and he is on MS Teams. So have we got the technology people? Oh, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Don?
Yeah, I can hear you very well, thank you.
Okay, well, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Yeah, just before you start, Don, I'd just like to mention this is being live streamed, so just
don't swear.
Well, you can still swear, but it's up to you.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so I'm the current chair of Spokes Canterbury, and we're a cycling advocacy group, and Canterbury's in our name, so we also sort of keep a bit of a watching eye on the local councils around the area. Your policy came up, and we thought, yes, we'd like to make some comments on it. Obviously, our big concern about sports and active recreation is the transport to and from these events. We encourage active transport as a mode to do active sport. Not only because it seems a bit silly to us to sort of get in your car and drive somewhere and then do some exercise, but also it means that especially children can be independent a bit younger if there's good facilities for active transport. I know of cases of 7-year-old children that are able to partake in sport and independently without having to be ferried there by their parents, because the place is well designed and they've got good access to where the sports are going on. And people may say, oh, you know, that's a bit young. But there are countries overseas where people as young as 6 are actually travelling independently and well supported. And these children are just the same as our children. They've got as many eyes and as many ears and as many neural connections as our children have. So, you know, it is possible that we can actually do away with parents having to ferry every child to every practice. And I think it puts a big cost on parents. So if we can support better transport options for particularly children going to sports and active recreation, that would be really good. I noticed you're reading through your policy that it spends a lot of time looking at sports clubs, and that's really good, because I don't think we can ever overstate the contribution that the volunteers at these sports clubs makes to our society. I think it's absolutely tremendous, and well, they need to be well supported. But I've just noticed a few changes in sort of organised sport over the years. You know, when I grew up, we all belonged to the athletics club and the rugby club and things like that, and it was all organised and things. But I was mindful of a couple of years ago, I was biking on a bike trail, and I was going into a town just to do some stuff, and there was a bit of a tricky bit on the bike trail. It was sort of down a hill and around a corner and up over the other side, and there was 3 or 4 young kids just sitting there on bikes. And I thought, oh, that's nice, they're having a bit of a catch-up. And we went and did our stuff in town and came back a couple of hours later, and these 3 or 4 kids were still in that same spot, sort of just riding that little bit of track that wasn't even, you know, wasn't even put there specially, really. And I thought, well, they've probably had as much exercise and social well-being as a game of football or something like that. So, and just as good and just as valid. So I think that our sports are changing, and we need to have these opportunities. And I think that Ashburton's got one really good example, and that's that skate park that I drive past whenever I go through town down there. But I'm not too sure about the access to it, and that's a point that really needs to be thought about probably. You know, children can go and hang out in a skate park, and they don't seem to be the sort of drug and bad behaviour facilities that we always thought they would be when they were first installed. People seem to be quite polite and quite well behaved around them generally. So, yeah, I think the sports are changing, and making facilities available for these children to sort of have a bit of a challenge and just sort of hang out in places that we wouldn't expect them to is something that should be encouraged. And that's why I think your sort of active recreation policy sort of has to boil over a little bit into your parks and reserves policy, and your little bit of sort of transport policy too, if you like. You know, you've got some good mountain bike tracks down there, and they'll be used in this way, and that's got to be, I think that should be encouraged. My final point is regarding population and how it's changing. You know, the comments you made in the submission form was about how your ethnicity and your in Ashburton is changing, and like the rest of the country, the population is getting older. And one thing I noticed when I've been away overseas, particularly Hong Kong, is that a lot of the elderly Asian people really make use of what we call a third space. Now, a third space is an area where people go that's not work and not home. So it's the sort of other place, if you like. And back in the day, it would be the pub, or it would be a sports club, or it could be a church or whatever. These people in Asia that I noticed, they like to just go into a park and sort of gather there and do a bit of exercise. And it might be Tai Chi, or it might be a bit of jogging or something like that. And as your population changes and moves in this sort of direction, I just wanted to stress that it's really good if you can make these kind of spaces available, just so that those people have a chance to connect with others and become, you know, do their exercise and that kind of thing, and keep them healthy and engaged. So those were the sort of things I wanted to talk to you about in your policy. So I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you, Don. Do we have any questions, councillors? Councillor Mackay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Don, my question is because council has to fund these, and I'm looking at a funding tool. Do you think that, how do we pay for these facilities for cyclists? Do you think it would be a good idea to charge a form of cycleway user charge through a harmometer on the back wheel? You might think it's funny, but I'm actually serious, because council has a funding problem, and we love to create these, but we have a funding problem. That's why I asked my question. Is it an option?
All the studies that have ever been done sort of show that cycling has more benefit for overall population than a cost. Most transport is a cost, whereas cycling actually produces a net benefit. So if there was a hubometer, if you did it scientifically, you would be paying the cyclist for every kilometre they cycle. So you don't want to get into that. There are huge benefits from cycling, and I can go on about it forever. The main one is health, and that doesn't accrue to the council, unfortunately. So that's why we've got central government kicking in with these funds for doing cycleways. And Christchurch have been fortunate and picked up on a few of them in the last little while. But it's also important for other councils to be in a position where, when things are announced, they can say, hey, we've got this really good project that we're thinking of, and we think that we should get some funding. Now, I've just seen the figures from a councillor in Christchurch, and they have spent a lot of money on cycleways, and it's cost them cost their local council around about 10% of it, because the rest of it's coming from central government and Waka Kotahi and other things like that. So, you know, if you can get infrastructure that's funded 90% externally, it's got to be good for your council. So, yes, I realise that these things take time and they cost things, but it's also part of when you're just looking at a park and you're saying, okay, this park needs a bit of a makeover. Just think, well, is it going to be a useful cycle route? Can we put a cycle route through here? Would it work? And just to consider it at the time, because that's the time when you can actually get these jobs done without costing a lot more money.
Thank you.
So no, don't put harmometers on cycles, please.
Thank you, Don. Very good submission. Any further questions, councillors? No, there appears to be none. So thank you very much, Don. Appreciate your submission. And
well, thanks for listening to me over the air. That's much appreciated.
No, you're very welcome.
Thank you.
We'll move on to Stacey Stoddart and the intermediate school students, young ladies and gentlemen up there, I see. Oh, don't be nervous. We were all the same ages at once.
I'm Stacey Stoddart. I'm a teacher at the Ashburn Intermediate.
I wonder if you could just lift your microphone. Thanks. Yeah, that's better. Thank you, Stacey.
So I teach Year 7s, and I felt it was poignant to bring them along because I want to speak on their behalf. I'm also a mother to 2 small boys, so I have a 7-year-old and a 5-year-old, so we use these services frequently. There's a few things that I wanted to touch on. The kids have been prepped to answer any questions that you might have for them, but I wanted to speak about mainly the cost of being able to access the services in our community. So one of the things that I wanted to talk about was our awesome resource, the EA Networks Centre for swimming. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of the cost of it, but it does cost $11 per child to have a swimming lesson. So that's $11 per week for a 25-minute lesson. To go, for these guys to go to the pool, it's $4.50. They don't need an adult in the pool with them. However, if you are under 5, you must have an adult with you, and that costs $7. So for a family of 4, such as myself, and if we had 2 preschool children, it would cost $14 for us to go to the pool in the weekend. That's a meal. Okay. So whilst I'm in a very privileged position to be able to do that and provide that experience for my kids, there's a lot of families in our community that don't have the resources to be able to do that. When I surveyed my class, so I teach in a collaborative classroom with 66 children, and last week I asked them, the 45 that were there, who would be confident enough to swim a length of the lap pool. So no style, just move themselves from one end of the pool to the other. 23 of them out of 45 said that they could confidently do that. So there is a huge gap in children being able to participate in swimming in our community, not only because of the cost, but because of the number of people in their family. So for likes of myself, for 2 children, it's $22 a week for me to provide lessons for my children, and I value that. We live near rivers, we live near the beach, children are accessing water all the time, so I value that, and I am in a privileged position to be able to provide that. However, if you have 4 children, 5 children, 6 children, and you cannot provide that for your kids, if it's a choice between providing a meal for your family or providing swimming lessons, you will provide the food. So I would like to see a revision of the costing for the swimming pool. I have talked to some people in other councils and districts, and some of the things that they do is provide free swimming for under 5s. It doesn't necessarily have to be free swimming. A step in the right direction would be a subsidy. If it was $2 per child to go swimming, that would make it far more accessible to a lot more families. I don't know why it costs more for an adult to go to the pool with their preschooler than it does for a child, because they can't swim alone. The other thing that I wrote in my submission, which I've done some more research on and realised that it is covered in the domain revitalisation plan, is bringing forward those resources of the pool and the bike track and that kind of thing. At the moment, the paddling pool is great. It is always utilised in the summer. There's always a lot of families there. However, it's a very niche market that you're focusing on. Children under the age of 2 can't participate in that pool independently. They need a parent right beside them. If you have a baby and a preschooler, it makes it really difficult trying to manage 2 children in that scenario. My children are school age now, and it doesn't interest them. It's too shallow, whatnot. So my thinking is that if we could bring forward the moving of the paddling pool, because I know that's in the plan, and to develop that area, it will help keep more communities, more families in our community. So we have an ageing population, and it is becoming far more diverse with Māori and Pacifica people. If we make that a place where families want to come and to play, then families will stay in the district. At the moment, we have a lot of families that go to Christchurch or Timaru or Oamaru in the weekends, just for the fact that they have better facilities than our community. And so if we can provide that, then families can stay here. It lowers the cost to participate and enables more participation. I did want to touch on what Don had said earlier as well about the skate park. A lot of our students really love the skate park, and one of the things that they do like about it is that it's in a visual place. So whilst it sometimes isn't easy to access, there are traffic lights that help enable people to get to it. But it also removes a lot of the issues with bullying and things like that because it is so visual. So whilst it could be bigger, it is in a great spot for that. If we were to look at the pump track at the Domain and make that more for younger children, that would take some of the children away from the skate park to there, and it would enable us to have a spread rather than in one place. Yeah, I think that's...
Thank you, Stacey. Now we've got, excuse me, we've got a question from Councillor Cameron.
Thank you, Stacey, and children, thank you for your part in the submission. It was very good. I have a question with regards to swimming lessons. Do kids learn to swim at school anymore, or if they do, are they smaller than the children that you teach?
No, so all children are provided with 2 weeks of swimming lessons as part of the school curriculum.
Annually?
Annually, yeah. So that it is a great incentive by the ministry to be able to provide that for our kids. But just from experience, students they do see a lot of progress in those 2 weeks. However, I believe the approach would be better if it was over a period of weeks. If you do an intensive 2-week period and then you don't swim for the rest of the year, do you retain that ability? So I don't know if it necessarily needs to be the swimming lessons that need to be subsidised or whether it's just the access to it. If you were to lessen the cost of entering the facility, then more people would participate, and therefore the water safety and their confidence in water would improve anyway. As a teacher, it's quite distressing when you see kids that can't float on their back and they're 12. They don't need to be able to swim freestyle and backstroke and do all the amazing, swimming sports things, but to be able to survive, even if it was around, water safety, how to get out. I was speaking to another mum just on the weekend, and she said her friend's child had been taught how to move away from another child when they're drowning because she's so terrified that they're going to be pulled under. It's just those kind of things. The water safety aspect is the most important. I'm not sure which is going to be most beneficial, but if we had kids in the pool under the age of 5 and they were confident in the water, children at age 5 can float on their back confidently, then they'll be more safe around water.
May I ask one more question, please? I've spoken in preparation for this day, I've spoken to a few teachers, and they've advised me that children older than the children you have here are not really that keen to embrace learning to swim. So the opportunity to get them to swim is sort of like, ages 7 to 8. Would that be, in your opinion, would you agree with that?
I would agree with that in a sense that if I was this age and my peers could swim and I couldn't, I would be hesitant to participate. You also have issues when you get children of pubescent age not wanting to go swimming and things like that. I think the younger we can get them in the pools, the better it will be for us.
Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Good morning, and probably a question for the kids that are here. Which playgrounds do you go to play at? So do you mainly go to if you want to go to play on the swings or whatever, would you go to the Domain, or is there some other parks that are closer to your home? You may need to just bring that microphone closer to you.
There is a park right around the corner from our house. It's called David's Crez Park that I usually go to because it's really close, but it doesn't have many things to do. It's got swings and a small playing area, and that's about it.
Near me, I live right beside the Domain, so I just go to the playground by the Domain, which has a lot of stuff there, which is quite good.
I normally just either go to the Domain or just to the school because I'm quite close to the school.
I live near Hampstead, so I go to Hampstead or near the park that's nearby, but I don't know what it's called.
Opposite the swimming pool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, that's very good answers. I wonder if I could ask a question. What age do you young folks sort of stop going to playgrounds? Or do you stop going? Do you grow out of them, or?
No, you never do.
No.
Never.
I think the thing that I noticed is that at the Domain, the new climbing structure that we have there is really great for older students because it allows free play. It's not confined. So if you have, the mouse wheel is great for exercise, but it's very confined. There's only one thing that you can do on it. There's also only 3 swings at the Domain now. I don't know if you've realised that, but for families with babies, the first thing you do when you go to the Domain is put them in a swing because it's the only thing that offers a lot of interaction and the ability to manipulate where they're sitting. The new toilet block is fantastic. However, it did take out a whole lot of swings. So that poses a slight issue. What do you guys like to play on at the Domain? Is it that climbing? Yeah.
Well, we should take note of that. That's
yeah.
Thank you for that. Councillor Brown.
You should try to climb it once, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. Good to see you all. Stacey, got a question for you. You talked about the pool and the price and everything else, and then you said a lot of families going out of the district to other pools.
Yes.
To Timaru or Oamaru, where they're going.
Yes.
What is the reason? Is it cheaper? Or is it different?
I think it's got more opportunities for the students. So one thing, obviously, a lot of controversy around hydroslides and whatnot. If you go to Christchurch, there is hydroslides and whatnot. If you were to sit at the pool and watch, there is not a lot of play space for children. The family pool is very small. Some children, like my 5-year-old, cannot touch the bottom in the lazy river, so that's out for him. So he's got a very small part, if I'm not in the pool with him, to be able to do that. There is the aquajogging pool, which is great for aquajogging. The kids also love jumping in it, so they often divide it in half and have half on each. But if you've got swim lessons on as well, it takes up a lot of space. So I think it's also, like yesterday at the pool when I took my children for swimming lessons, we've invested in the sprinklers and the bucket and all that. Very rarely do you see it on. It is not on very often. And so the kids, when it's on, they love it. They're in, they're playing, they're making forts out of the foam boards and things like that. But as soon as you turn it off, where's the fun gone? So we've invested money in this and yet we don't utilise it. We have the inflatables, but very rarely are they up. I know they take extra supervision, but the one in the smaller pool that they put up for the younger children is great. It's just not up very often. So, yeah, I think
thank you.
To provide the experience for the older
Thank you for that. We'll make a note of that too. So that's well pointed out. Are there any, Mayor Brown?
Thanks, Stacey, for your submission and to your able assistants who have come along to help you. It's really nice to see you all. Just have one question. It's for your assistants. How many of you can swim? For all of you?
In what sense?
Oh, as you were talking.
So can you float on your back? Yeah. You can't float on your back?
Oh, yeah.
You can? So could you swim a length of the pool? You could?
Oh, yeah.
I've obviously picked my great swimmers today.
You had a great selection. Thanks for that. Great, well done.
Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you for your presentation. It's excellent and nice to see the kids here. My question just comes back to the beginning when you were talking about the swimming. I just wanted your view on what is the biggest impediment to families going to the pool, say on a Saturday and they want to go and fill in some time. Is it cost or is it a lack of stuff to do for young people of this age and slightly older? Is cost the major?
I can only speak from my perspective in a sense that I can afford to take my children to the pool, so I do. I would probably say cost is, if it was cheaper, more people would go. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that looks like all the questions, so thank you very much, Stacey. Appreciate your input and all you young ladies and gentlemen there. Nice to see you.
Thank you very much for having us.
And and next we have Isabel Gentle. Welcome, Isabel.
Hi, I'm Isabel Gentle. I'm really nervous. So I put a lot of things on my submission, and what I'll start with is just listening to Stacey. I haven't heard anybody else, but I'd like to reiterate everything that she has said, because it is how I felt when I was filling in my statement, my submission. And with the swimming, I'll start with that. I just feel that we don't go to the new event centre for swimming. It's too costly. We could never afford it. I have a disability, so I can't get up and down with my children, so it's very hard to do that. So I can't get in the pool with them when they were little. My children now are in their 20s, and I have a 3-year-old grandson, and I have a 13-year-old grandson. My 13-year-old grandson won't go anywhere near the water. He's at the college, he can't swim. And I took him down to the lake one day and we thought we'd just put our feet in, and he just wouldn't go near it. I'm not sure why, but it was just something that he didn't have the confidence in that to do. With the swimming, my children went to Hampstead School, and I'm just addressing one of the questions is, you know, that period of time that the children have with the swimming. My 5-year-old, his school teacher spent that 2 weeks basically just letting him get his hair wet by doing this elephant thing. So you've done an intense 2 weeks with a 5-year-old, and they've basically been able to have confidence to step into the water and put their head under, let alone do the rest of the length thing. So I just want to reinforce like the lack of things to do. So I'm not quite sure what it has because we don't go there. And when it comes to the swimming, I probably would start now with the Tynwell Domain. I have a 3-year-old grandson that I look after and take to places that I can go to. And the Tynwell Domain, just go back a little bit. I've come from Gore, and I've lived in Ashburton for 18 years. So we love the Tynwell Domain. We don't live in Tynwell, we live in Netherby. And I take them over there, and the ducks are just wonderful. And we call it Duck Island. We just love going over there. And I'm really pleased after last year's stuff, how beautiful that area is. I actually went over with them yesterday to take photos, but I couldn't. It's probably not for here, but it's just a very relaxing, wonderful place. The playground is really outdated. And I look at our domain here on our side of town, and I look at what they've got over in Tynwell, and it's actually quite disgusting what the children have to play with. Just for their imagination of what they can do. So just, it's hard to explain that too. You've got a swimming pool right next to it, and I just don't know why we don't use that whole facility as a holistic one thing, where the children, as Stacey said, maybe not the main pool, but you could get a family ticket for 20 days, $20 or something for your whole family to go swimming at that pool. They've got all the park, they've got all the picnic area. What we used to do when my children were little was we would go to the Tynwell Domain from Netherby, and we would take their bikes and we could ride over these things near the railway track. I went and took photos of them yesterday, and 3 of them have got planks missing. You couldn't, I can't walk over them. It's just, and some of them have just still got the poles in with that. So I just think utilising our domain area as seating around the domain area. So I went to have an ice cream it was actually over Christmas time, and there was no seating that I felt was possible for me to sit on. I can't sit on the ground and get up again, and if anything is way too low, I can't get up from that either. And just the safety issue, just little tiny things like, I really think even some of the seating they have just needs to scrape down and a paint up so that it feels like you're sitting on something clean. I know you're near a duck pond and there's poo everywhere, but yeah, and then going on to the boat ramp thing, the boat deck, I think that's beautiful. I love it. But I look down and I'm going, my foot's going to go through here any minute, or but the gap between where the ground is and where the boat thing is. I don't say that because I would hate to see that that beauty, go. I think sometimes we push out all this old stuff and put in all this new stuff, and it would be lovely to still see that experience. So yeah, I think that's with the Tynwald Domain, it was a big thing. The other really big thing is a bike park. And I know, and I've been looking up, that we have this bike exercise track. But as I said, from 20 years ago in Gore, I was taking my daughter down to a small bike park down by the bridge, and it's all laid out, and it has like streets that are named like Gore streets, and stop signs and give way signs and roundabouts. We didn't have traffic lights down there, but back then. But it was to that road safety with them. Them knowing and that confidence as a parent or as a grandparent, I could walk along beside as they're learning to ride, and just that access to it, and it was safe. So I really, that is a huge thing on my heart, is that safety issue, that being able to be with that with a bike park. I looked at the Tynwald Domain area, and I just wondered who used the tennis court areas. You've got just such a big area there, and with the Heritage Park, I don't know whether the council owns that or whether that's private, but just that facility for families, you know, the trains and everything. I just really think families. I like Stacey, I think families and cost. I haven't come from like privilege. We've had to work really hard, and with disabilities and things like that. So we've tried to make the most of things, and so we tried to do more free things or things in parks. So I couldn't, we really couldn't go swimming or things like that. And I see now in our community, as a grandma, but just being the diversity of cultures, and I kind of think, is reiterating what Stacey said, that like you go to these places that you've got to cost money with 3 or 4 kids, and it's just expensive, and you just can't do it. So those children are missing out. My son played football rather than rugby, and I spent as a parent dedicated to that, his opportunities, you know, the equipment that we have to buy for it, and then have to pay for travel and things. What am I getting at here? I've gone off track, sorry.
Would it be easy if we just got to ask you a question?
So I'd say to finish what I'm saying.
Yep, by all means.
Yeah, just lost it again. Well, I have 1 boy and 1 girl. If I had 3 boys that all wanted to play football, there's no way they could do that and have boots and travel. So I really see that cost. So then they're backing out, because I did read in one of the sports things, when children get to like 13 or 14, they're out. And, you know, they don't want to sit and game or something like that in fresh air, but it's not the council's problem, the cost of those things. We've got the facility and good facilities. But again, for costing of families, we've got to look at what they can afford. And with that, I think, yeah, probably ask me some questions, because I've gone kind of blank on what I did. I did copy off, though, before I went. It was really interesting that Stacey spoke about it at the event at the centre in Gore. Adults 16 years and over are $5.50 to go swimming. Children 5 to 15 years are $3.50. Preschoolers are $3.50. That's 4 years and under. Students 16 years and SIT and uni are $4.50. Senior citizens are $4.50, and spectators are $1.50. And caregivers are no charge. So I'm not sure where that that no charge on caregivers means getting in the pool with them. So the centre next to the swimming pool, again, you've got to have money to be in the sports to be able to join those things for families. And I just think, you know, as I said, my son is very sporty and 20-something, and I think of his college years and I think of all the friends he had and how much talent there was in some of those families, but they just could not do it. And those children missed out. And they're maybe the ones that we're missing out in now with sports. So thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Now, are there any questions? We're Councillor McMillan.
Got one. Morning, Isabel. How are you? Just going back to the sort of areas where you can access if you've got a disability or a mobility, or trouble with mobility. Where are the best spots in the district that you can tell us about that are easy to access than other places?
The main domain is really easy to access, and I talk about probably disabilities and with prams, and my mother has a wheelchair, like a mobile wheelchair that she likes to be able to come with me and my grandson in that. So in the domain she can get up to the playground area and no further sort of anywhere near them. She can't walk anyway, but we can go around some of the pond area, but she can't go around some of the other areas. She can get into it. Yeah, that's probably for that access. I think for me, because of stumbling in that, the roots and things that, just the unevenness of grounds is a big thing for me. And I've taken my grandson round the very old exercise area where the bars and all the numbers were. I don't know whether we still invest in that in the domain. And that some of that's tucked in away behind trees and things, so I think it's very scary if you're a young person or even an older person that was finished work and wanted to go on those things at 6 o'clock and it's starting to get dark, or you're not safe. And just the area around it, maybe a thought into more accessibility in there.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Isabel, for your submission. Well done for doing it. That's good. Just have one question. For access to the pool, what do you think would be a fair price? It's your...
I don't really know. I just maybe like there's a couple of things, like I know we do a submission, but if you had so many get one free or something like the groceries, I don't know.
Something cheap.
Yeah, just something that sort of encourages them to go as a group, or as Stacey said, you know, if they had little ones and the kids could go in, the parents could go in free, or just to make it, the things up. If you've got that attraction, yeah.
Okay, something to entice them along.
Something to entice them along, but also, I kind of think of the families that I see now in my area that are really big families, and if you've got like 5 or 6 kids, there's no way that you're going to be able to do that and try and put food on the table.
Thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Yeah, I also live, as I said, in Netherby, and a little girl at the end said that she went to Davies Crescent Park. It's not that flash. It has some good equipment, and we sort of go around and clean it. We've been using it, but there is no seating for people to sit round, like a grandparent or something to sit round for it. And yeah, there's a lot of green area. I don't know what, but I just think, you know, that seating in that area and more accessible.
Thank you. Thanks. Great. Thank you very much, Isabel.
Thank you for
no
listening
further
to me.
questions. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you.
Now, next we have Lani McLeod. No. So Jan Cochran. Welcome, Jan. I think you've been here before, so yeah, I'm sure you know the procedure, so please proceed.
Thank you. Before I start, I'd just like to introduce Anna Holland, who is our new Healthy Active Learning Advisor, working with 10 schools under the umbrella that has been brought out through Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education and Sport New Zealand. So, and is my support today. But anyway, Mayor, councillors and staff, thank you for the opportunity to submit and present again today. And you're right, I do sit here often, but my passion is this one, especially with the Play, Active, Recreation and Sport draft strategy. Sport Canterbury wish to applaud you for your acceptance and follow through the word play in your news to align with other similar strategies and to align yours with that throughout New Zealand. The strategy identifies that future work is about ensuring the opportunities to be physically active and engaged with successes that are preserved and enhanced, showing that the sector is positioned to respond and adapt to ongoing change, to ensure and provide a range of innovative reforms and options that guide the play, active, recreation, sports sector as we recover from the effects of COVID-19 and beyond. And you have to excuse me for that because I'm part of that today. In our submission, we listed resources and explained some of the likely drivers of change. We've produced these to inform and stimulate through discussions and through a collaborative approach. We capture and innovate and participate. Through our collaborative process, we have identified a preferred future where physical activity is part of a much larger wellbeing agenda. We need to have that cultural and identity approach, which are vitally important now with our growing population in Mid-Canterbury. Communities are empowered to find local solutions within a high trust model, and there is a high collaboration between system agents, including local government, to achieve shared goals for the wellbeing of our district. Boundaries and silos are to be broken down. Having a preferred future is highly important for the sector so we can shape the future of play, active recreation and sport in Mid-Canterbury. But in same with the submission since then, I have to give much credit to Steve Favish, who we have recently met with, Sean Campbell and myself, and had some really valued discussions which have really started some processes, and we thank you for that, and also with the return to work with Kate now being involved with these discussions, and we've had some really valued discussions there as well, and this has really changed how we're feeling, and it has been driven a lot in the last month and a half with another meeting with Steve and his team next week. I guess the questions are going to fly, and that's fine. I tried to, through the submission, put in some ideas, just with what we know from other areas throughout the country. But as I say, the submission is great, and I was really, your staff, especially Tony Durham and Janice Mackay, who led the workshop and invited the community, and they were able to have their say as well. In all my time, I thought that was a fantastic option and opportunity for the community groups to be involved. It was selective, but it was a great group, and I think we achieved quite a lot through that outcome to drive the strategy, and their vision to have a survey put out as well prior to drafting the strategy. So in all, it was a really exciting process to be part of, and through the Mayor and councillors, I want to say thank you, because the staff are working very well to achieve the strategy that has been put before you. I guess that the one thing that I would like to, and it's probably, well, it is very historical, is that I was very heavily involved in the last strategy, the Active Recreation and Sports strategy, and from there became a group called, it was an advisory group, but really working group, with a selected group of people that had a firm interest in the strategy, and I can sit here proudly with that group. We achieved the outcomes that were set down. So I would ask that that could be addressed again, that an advisory, a working group, whatever you would like to call it, to ensure that the strategy, once it is adopted, that there is a group set up to ensure that the strategy is just not put on the shelf, that it is really worked through and outcomes are achieved. It was a very good group to belong to and a very driven group. There was a representative from council in that group who immediately reported back to councillors and the mayor to ensure that we were doing the role. So that is one piece of advice I'd really strongly hope that you follow through on. So the strategy, my submission to strategy is all in front of you. I guess it's probably easy for you to now throw the questions.
Thank you, Jan. I see one or two lights on, but before I call on them, I've got a question. I note in your submission you support Mid-Canterbury Rugby Union for an all-weather artificial turf and facility built on the adjacent land to the EA Network Centre. What could you suggest could be the catalyst to make that work? Because this has been mentioned by one or two others. It has been mentioned in the past and it's been looked at in the past. What do you think would be the catalyst that would make that work?
Well, yeah, I personally and Sport Canterbury behind it. The reason being, I guess, right from day one, from when we first initiated the EA networks, well, the stadium or a facility, pool site, rugby were always behind that community build, and they were very strong right throughout the process, that we always said we would support them going forward. The land purchased was one of the deciding factors, was to grow as a hub around the EA networks when it was decided, when there were 5 options at the time. And one of the reasons not to put in the domain was so there was opportunity for other sports to join, and in a 50-year vision, have a look at other sports being close by, with lots of issues right down to blended families. I remember that coming up. If you've got someone swimming, they can go play rugby, football, whatever. So I guess it is our turn to support rugby, but how many years have we listened to the issues being addressed out at the showgrounds with horsing and the land, and that's fair enough. They're looking after themselves as well. I just think it's time we take a stand and support rugby, and going forward, we already know that they're really interested in putting it down there. There was a survey done for that land and then it became non-existent. I still have those, that presentation in the office. So I guess it would be the start of that vision that we extend in time to see a sports hub down in the area where the land is available.
Thank you, Jan. Councillor Cameron.
Thanks, Jan, and welcome, Anna. Thank you for your presentation and for your written submission. I'm looking at our draft play.
Councillor Cameron, I wonder if you could just use your microphone, please.
Ongoing feedback I get about my microphone. I'm looking for play, active recreation and sport strategy. And we have 4 goals, which are wonderful. And all of the goals recommend partnership with Sport Mid-Canterbury or Sport Canterbury. So, and you alluded to how the last month or so the partnership has, I got the feeling, has improved. I got that feeling. How can we maintain this partnership, and how will we get ongoing feedback on the effectiveness of this partnership and where you are on track with the goals? Because clearly ADC and Sport Canterbury are linked in progressing the strategy and rolling the strategy out.
Well, as I say, we already have meetings set in place for the future. I think it just has to be consistent, and we work together where we're listened to. We may not ever get what we exactly want, and that's fine, but it's a lot of discussion, a lot of planning, and a lot of driving force to ensure that what we are here for is what is our community, and we achieve those outcomes. So I can have a discussion with Steve and his team that perhaps these should be minuted and then presented back to council. Yeah, but if one way would be through the strategy, that is all identified, and through the group that I suggest is set up. Therefore, that's another avenue we could direct that information back.
Okay. May I have an additional question? When I look at the goals again, I note that there's no measure. There is a measure, but it's not a counting measure, if you like. It's not easy to determine. Is that coming between, I suppose, ADC and Sport Canterbury? Are those measurements coming, like 20 people are going to turn up to the swimming pool on Saturday morning, or 20 people at more, whatever? Yeah. How are we going to determine that? You mentioned last time the 2006 strategy.
Councillor Cameron, I might just stop that question. We're starting to get into a deliberation about how something might happen. So
beg your pardon, Jim.
I appreciate your genuine interest, but
I'll save it for this afternoon.
I'll move on to Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Hi, Jan. Hi, Anna. Because you're across the board of all sport and recreation, what do you see as the main barrier for people in the district not participating in any sort of recreation or sport?
We can all say cost, and it is a choice, but sometimes that choice is not put into some areas in our population. I guess there are a lot of barriers for people in playing sport that are registrations and clothing, so uniforms, but this is why the strategy with play is so important, that we have those opportunities in other areas to grow some other form of activity for those that it doesn't cost a lot of money.
Councillor Lovett.
I just looking at cost. We keep going back to cost, and I hear affiliation fees to these sports bodies are getting high, and I'm just wondering. And it's making it unaffordable for families. And is Sport Canterbury actually doing anything active in this space, speaking out that it's getting unaffordable, what people are paying to the affiliation?
We work with sporting bodies the whole time, and that is one thing, but unfortunately in the future we're also working with a lot of volunteers, and if sports decide to actually start paying administrators, it could actually get worse. So one of the areas that we are working through is to that capability area of ensuring that people are not being overloaded. And so therefore is a cost that hopefully won't be incurred. But we're always going to have that cost barrier. It's just how can we make it accessible better? And we outlined in some of the submission about using off-peak hours and maybe helping that way, having programs. I know that there are other areas where we'd run an elderly fitness class. It's pretty basic, but for them it's great. And a gold coin. They're not going to get it for free. They know they have to pay something, but there are opportunities out there. We just have to work, and that's the area that we're happy to work with the AE Networks staff, and ensure that if we can open and have some innovation and ideas that we can grow in that area.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering, is there going to be a massive shift away from
Have you got another question, Councillor Lovett?
Is there going to be a big change in sport from organised sporting teams to individuals?
We've probably seen a lot of that happen already. We've also seen a lot of sports change because there's a lot of families now that prefer to get on their bikes, and that always, bikes are not cheap, but once they have them, they can go off on the weekends now and all ride together. There's just it's a change, and you expect that as the world goes on, really. But it's about just maintaining what we have and trying to work with the groups that we can to ensure that there are opportunities. And there are funds out there. We're working really hard to engage with people in funding. But again, you have the professional people writing funding applications against the person that might be someone like sat here prior to us sitting here. We're trying as I said, our scope and our work is widening, and we're at a level where we really want to see everyone being active, because that's another issue that's having to be addressed.
Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Jan and Anna. Just a question on the long-term plan we had, not this one, the one before, where we set up the provision for sports fields up by the EA networks, and one of the provisions was 50% to come from the community. We got no uptake on that at all, so in this long-term plan it was dropped. So if we brought it back, how could we get when we talk partnerships, how can we get the sporting codes to partnership financially with fields?
Well, again, through sport forums and engaging them, giving them the facts, it's just part of the role that we can play, and sit alongside Ashburton District Council to actually ensure that people have the correct facts, have the correct dollar signs. Obviously, we know that's always going to go out at the moment. It's pretty evident by this morning's with the Christchurch build. But I think that everyone knew there was going to be a vision to have that. And we just have to remind people that what we went through to get the current EA Network Centre, people really got behind that. And it's probably time we can do that. It was pretty close to the last one that the community got behind it and found that 5 million pretty quick. I think we can do it again.
Thanks.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is to Anna. Could she please explain more fully or simply what her role is with schools? Because I asked the question, if I may, Mr. Chairman, the question I've asked is because we have heard a lot about activities and need for activities to that age group. So I ask what her role is. Just not coordinating with schools, that's not the answer I want. I want a fuller answer, if that's all right with you, Mr. Chairman. That's my first question.
You've asked the question, that's fine.
So my role is a Healthy Active Learning advisor or facilitator. So it's a new role down here in Mid-Canterbury. So I'm working with 10 primary schools, in the intermediate, around the health and PE curriculum. So enhancing what they're doing already in their school around the health and PE curriculum, helping just pretty much whatever they need or want. So that can be from planning, PD sessions on new resources that are coming out, wellbeing, mental health and wellbeing, nutrition. Each school's really different in what they're wanting from me at the moment. I'm doing a lot of PLDs around a new resource, MoveWell resource that's out at the moment. Some schools I'm just going in and helping either with the seniors or the juniors to help their planning around health and PE. One of my little country schools are focusing on emotional regulation and wellbeing at the moment, so I'm working with them around implementing that in their classrooms. Just anything that they want from me that's based around the health and PE curriculum.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. The second question I have is, what needs to further develop what you do in schools are required outside the school hours?
So connecting the sports clubs to the schools. And once I'm in this role for a year, I do actually get a community connector. So that's someone that's employed to work alongside me that helps connect the community and the whānaus to the school. I don't know, does that answer your question?
I don't know the answer. So my third question, Mr. Chair,
This will be the last one, will it, Mr. Councillor Mackay?
Oh, I can't give you an answer because I'd have to answer, and you said I'm not allowed to answer.
Carry on.
To Jan, what help could Sport Mid-Canterbury or Sport Canterbury be in building what the rugby union envisage for themselves and other sports at the EA Network Centre site?
Well, we would work alongside them. they probably have the skills to do what they need to do. They will have backing from the national body, I presume, and I guess from ours it's about the capability and moving forward that we can align with them and support them whichever way they need, just as we did in the build of EA Network Centre. That's a pretty short answer, but it could become quite a wide area. And they might want to do it alone, but I'm sure that they'll want the community behind them before they step into that role. We just have we spoke yesterday at another meeting that I was at, which was the regional event planning meeting, and I was just telling them about the opportunity to grow a sport here has become of interest. We now have the New Zealand handball captain and New Zealand beach handball captain who are off to Croatia and Crete next week to compete in the World Games. Never been done before by a New Zealand team, but their captain now lives and resides in Ashburton and would love to set the sport rolling. They've tried it before, but there was no available area to do that. But the one area that I've looked at is the area of beach handball. I've been privileged to go and watch the trials in Ashburton and Christchurch, which were held at the back of Pioneer Stadium. So I suggest if anyone is in Christchurch to go and have a look at it's just one big sandpit. But while we were there, I had grandchildren and they were playing in the sandpit and sand here, and the trial was happening over there. And when they were in their little hunch, it was interesting to watch public turn up and use the net, and it was a group of people that obviously don't play other sport, just by their skills. I'm basing that on, but what fun they had, and there ended up about 30 people playing in the time that I was waiting to speak with the beach handball. So got onto that beach netball is a growing sport. Beach handball and beach volleyball can be used in one big sandpit at very little cost. So there's opportunities to grow. We have to look outside the square and have that cross co-design with sports as well, and that's what we'll work with the A Network Centre staff as well, to ensure that will provide something at very little cost. Yeah, a few truckloads of sand and a boarding, as I said to the team yesterday, that we sat round the border of the big sandpit, but they had put a board so it became a seat right round, so no more seating was required, Just look, there's an embankment, we've already got an embankment down there if we needed to use it. So we just need to be wider thinking and have a wider scope in how we approach the future. And we talk about what is there for people, but imagine just having a volleyball net up. We could look out our windows and have it just provide for people to come down and play. We've seen that happen with your disc golf at the moment, and how good is that? It's great. Just give them another option, and that would be a start.
Thank you, Jen. You have another question, Councillor
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
This will be the last one.
I've got my answer. The question is, what help could Sport or Sport Mid Canterbury be to gain funding from outside this district for a project recognised to us by the Rugby Union for themselves and other sporting codes?
We are often asked for letters of support or speak to them. Our last one was the ice rink up at Staveley. I think that was our last letter of support. So we are often asked from that, and it can either come from Sport Canterbury in this region, and we can also have a backup from our chief executive. Also, we can go to a higher B if we need to. So we do have those connections to make that happen, but whether it's always successful, it's just part of the application for those sports.
Thank you, Jan. I see there's no further questions. So, look, thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate that. So, councillors, we have come to the end of the presentations, and we're going to begin the deliberations, but we're going to have 10-minute comfort stop while staff sort one or two things out. So you've got a 10-minute comfort stop. We'll just adjourn the hearing for now. McMillan's got a statement to make.
I just wanted to declare a conflict of interest with Mid-Canterbury Rugby Union. So while I heard their submission, I wasn't part of their submission, but going forward with discussions, I'll just stay out of those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McMillan. So we'll get underway and I'll hand over to Tony. Oh, sorry, Councillor.
I'll have to declare an interest in the AMP Showgrounds. I'm a past president and still a life member, so yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Lovett. Councillor Mackay.
Question to you, Mr Chair. Does that preclude us from asking those two councillors that have just made statements questions on the topic?
I don't think it does preclude you from asking questions as long as you are aware that they have declared an interest.
So, Mr Chairman, I wonder if I could perhaps comment. Declaring an interest means you take no part.
Oh, sorry.
So,
okay.
so it's not. Yeah. So once an interest is declared, that councillor needs to step aside from any debate or contribution. So answering a question wouldn't be appropriate.
Did you hear that, Councillor Mackay? Did you hear that?
Mr Chair, am I allowed to answer?
By all means.
Yes, I heard it, and I'm disappointed.
Thank you. Right, Tony and Janice.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Welcome to the public deliberations section of the day on draft play, active recreation and sports strategy. So we'll just work through the submission summary document, which hopefully you have in front of you. And just to begin today too, I'd just like to ensure that you realise we've got Ian Soper here from Parks and Open Spaces and Kate Fowler, who can also answer some questions during the day. So just to kick off, we have prepared a bit of an opening statement on why we need PARS strategy. So play, active recreation and sport enables community interaction with our natural and built environments, sometimes enhancing it. It supports the social and cultural well-being of our community. It also can indirectly support economic well-being through enabling a healthy workforce and events that bring visitors. And just to clarify further what council's role is, so and also links in with why we have a strategy. So the strategy can help clearly identify what are council's leading roles in play, active recreation and sports. For example, facility provision, customer services and provision of open spaces that are fit for purpose. And it also helps clearly identify what council's supporting roles are in play, active recreation and sport. So supporting the community through community service officers that already exist. And for example, the facilitation of groups and grants. So an example of where council has facilitated a group was with the reveal of council's interpretive panels, and that was led by council officers to bring groups of the community together to achieve an outcome. So that's an example of one of those sorts of supporting roles. So how to tackle the deliberations today would be to assume that all the submissions have been read, give consideration to all submissions via the summary document, and we've added new points raised via the hearings that we just heard to our PowerPoint, and just to systematically work through the topics. And we have questions posed for you to help get your direction and guidance for making amendments to the draft strategy. So to start with, so we had 39 submissions that were received on time and then one late submission, but we've just included that. There were 25 individual submitters and 14 organisations. 10 submitters indicated they wanted to be heard today, so we heard from 9 this morning. So 2 of those from individual community members and 7 organisations. When we asked the question, does the draft strategy capture the issues? So this was in sort of the part of the draft strategy that it gives us the lay of the land on which we want to make our decisions. It was very split. So we had 18 people, so this was, I think, out of 35. 18 people said yes and 17 people said no. And if we work through the reasons for why they said yes, it was a very wide range of reasons. Some of the ones that we sort of tried to theme up were that because our facilities are excellent, that there was a good recognition of the barriers to participate, such as cost, and that the strategy did cover that we wanted to improve participation in PARS. And then when we went through why people didn't agree with the strategy capturing the issues, they were themed up into that it didn't cover disability access. There were 3 there. Options for children was mentioned a few times. There was a view that there wasn't enough provision for options for young people, teenagers, and there was also the submitter that came to speak today that said they would like to see more it didn't highlight active transport. A couple raised some issues around inclusion, and some believed it was not the role of council. Okay, so if we go back to page 8, does anyone have any comments I'd like to make there?
Page 8 of this document.
Yes, thanks. Okay, so the first one there, submitter had said that we have excellent facilities for recreation. The next submitter said that making sport and rec activities available to all in the community is important, and we need to remove the barriers such as cost.
Roger. Councillor Cameron.
Thank you. Can I just ask a procedural question, or a format question? We're going through page by page. We had a submitter who presented in person to say that our recreational facilities could be improved with regards to the rugby paddocks and what we offer in other sporting codes. Where do we discuss that? Because we're going through now to say that we've got excellent facilities. Well, we know we've got a gap. Where do we discuss that gap?
That is coming up later on in the presentation.
So we just listen to you go through this and not comment?
So we'll work through this and then towards... We have a recreation facilities section where we'll cover off anything relating to that topic.
So no comments from us at all at this stage?
No, you can comment.
You can ask a question. Councillor Cameron, what's your...
I'm just very confused as how we're going to get to the... I'll just wait and see what happens. It'll all come up at the end then, presumably.
Just hold Hamish.
I think, Mr. Chairman, it might help to note that these submissions are the views of the person who submitted it.
Yeah.
So the fact that someone says there are excellent facilities and someone else says there's a gap doesn't make either true in the minds of everybody. So you're just noting the submission from that person, which gives their opinion on a certain something. So the fact that someone else thinks that's not right, well, that's the joy of the consultation and balancing different views and coming to your own perspective, having heard all the information. So I think it's just a matter of noting that for now, because they're not asking council to do anything in particular in this case. When you get to those that are asking council to do something in particular, then you need to grapple with that.
Does that answer your question?
No, it does not, but I'm going to go and see if it sort of matures as we go along.
I'm sure it will develop adequately. Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Barriers such as cost, remove barriers such as cost has come up through the submitters talking. So how do we progress that? Because it's come up quite a bit, the cost of entry to the pool entry to sports clubs, getting kids to the sport, transport, etc. How can we address that, or can we even address it?
Through the chair, I believe that through the marketing and business plan work that's being undertaken by the EA Network Centre currently, that a review of fees and charges is being done with affordability in mind as well.
Right. So when is that review likely to be completed?
Pastor Kate.
Kate, do you have a... Oh, it's warming up. Oh.
Through to you, Chair. The review is being, the review will be completed in the next 2 months by the end of August, and that will give us a final version of some things to work off regarding our fees and the affordability as discussed.
Thank you, Kate.
I was thinking, as listening to submitters as they went through, and possibly only being on a trial basis, I don't know when you would do it or could even do it, is having a free period in the pool where it is free, a free afternoon or a free morning or something, on a trial basis, and that will tell you whether the cost is a barrier or not, whether it is chock full of people or it is no different than normal, and that will indicate is cost a barrier. So somewhere along the lines, I think we need to discuss or talk about a session being free or half cost or something. Yeah.
Thank you, Neil. Kate.
Suggestions such as periods that are reduced pricing or targeted towards specific user groups will also come out of the review of the marketing and business plan.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. My question was around that cost factor as well, and I'm guessing that we will see on the 29th of June, or we will be adopting our annual plan, which also has the fees and charges in there. So is it timely that we relook at that, or is that going to throw a spanner in the works? And there was some really good there was some good submitters that talked about maybe, having a concession card, or, have 6 swims, get 1 free, or cheaper rates for people with community services cards. I don't know if we do that already, but whether that can be discussed, I'm not.
I understand from what Kate was saying, all those sorts of things will be looked at. Have you got anything further to add? I'll get Steve to make a comment if he wishes.
Yes, we currently do have concession rates. We have family entry rates, and the outcome of gold cards and so forth will be recommended in the business and marketing plan.
Thank you. Steve.
Just through the chair, just to give some extra facts on that is, you'll be adopting your new annual plan in later this month, but with the utilisation studies, the business and marketing plan well underway, that'll drive the annual plan for next year. And out of that will come some opportunities. And I've highlighted to council that our fixed costs are set and quite high, whether we've got 1 person in the pool or whether we've got 50. So our driver out of this business plan and marketing plan will be to look at how can we get more people into the facility but with the same costs. And that tends to support your direction with your revenue and financing policy of giving us a band. So if we can increase our income but our costs are very similar, council might have the avenue to look again at the charges that we charge people to go through, but also some opportunities, as the Mayor's highlighted, about some trials for some well-reduced fees for certain periods.
Thank you. So the report that Kate was referring to is going to be in front of us when?
We do not have a date to put it forward in front of council, but it is due from the organisation that is delivering it for us by the end of August.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is from some of the opening statements. Am I allowed to ask such a question?
You can ask a question as long as it's pertinent and to the point.
Okay. It was pointed out as an example that the interactive panels was asked for by council and a community group, and then staff carried on and did everything else. So if council decided to put a committee or an individual or whatever from council for a project to move forward what the rugby union wanted, we can't do that. Am I correct? And if so, who says we can't do it?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, you can absolutely direct us to establish a group like that, or just to establish a partnership or a working relationship like that. And the way to do that would be further on, we'll come to some governance and decision-making type issues that were raised through the submission, and you could give us the direction to make sure that's included as a key action in the draft strategy.
Supplementary?
Carry on.
I actually asked the question, and I'll re-ask it in a different way. So does that mean that a council committee or councillors are precluded from being involved in such a group after council decides to throw its weight behind it?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, council can establish a group and put anyone on that group that they so choose.
Thank you, Hamish. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think we're making an absolute mess. To me, we should go through the deliberations, otherwise we're going to pick out different submissions and say, I think this, I think that. We're going to achieve nothing. I think, well, my opinion is we go through all the submissions and then we decide policy, whether it's free or whether it's not free or something. Otherwise, we're going to be here all day arguing about every submission. That's my opinion. I think we're doing it completely wrong.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I'm inclined to agree with you because I know at the end of it there will be questions that councillors will be asked. So unless it's pertinent, Councillor Rawlinson?
I think it is.
Okay.
My question is, after speaking about the review at EA Networks, if it was a recommendation comes out in August that our costs are too high, my question is, are we locked into the present costs in this annual plan? And it wouldn't become effective for 12 months if it was up.
It will be for the next annual plan, not this coming one.
Which makes it a very slow journey.
Mr. Chairman, I think it depends what the councillor means by the costs are too high. We would always be looking to keep our costs under control. In fact, we've seen this year that where revenue didn't meet our expectations, we moved to try and reduce costs, quite separate from annual planning processes. So it very much depends on the particular issue that you're trying to describe, would depend on how committed or how much the annual plan would drive our behaviour. I think it's also fair to note that in most involvement in marketing that I have had, that the use of trials, the use of incentives to see how they respond in the market is not the same thing as altering your overall fees and charges policy. You're simply trying to test how the market might respond to particular offers. That would seem to be a function of marketing that doesn't necessarily challenge your entire fee structure. Yeah.
Thank you, Hamish. Councillor Cameron.
No, I didn't put my light on.
Well, you were flashing up here in front of me. Never mind. Tony and Janice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for all the comments. So if we come back to the original question of does the draft strategy capture the issues, and the summary of reasons for people saying yes on page 8, do we have any specific comments relating to page 8? No? So moving on to page 9, summary of reasons for saying no. We've got disability access and options for children. Right. So moving on to, a question?
Councillor Falloon.
Yeah, just comment. I think disability is not one to say no to the whole strategy that we're trying to introduce here. To me, it is really more of a management issues and making sure that these facilities are accessible to all, and therefore is slightly more divorced from the overall strategy that we're trying to introduce here. Just
Thank you, Councillor Falloon. Janice?
All right, so page 10, we are looking at options for youth. Any comments? And then active transport.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Just on the offering free membership to volunteers, etc., does this happen already at any of our sporting facilities?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Does it happen in other towns? Is there an example of it happening in other councils? Is it something that we should look into? That's all.
Through to you, Chair, I've
Yes.
Yes, I've not seen this as a measure in any council, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I've not seen it as a measure.
Thank you.
Councillor Falloon.
Yeah, I just question what they mean by active transport. To me, moving actively from your home to a place of activity, whether you're walking or whether you're biking, that's part of your activity, which is part of your play, active recreation and sport. So to me, it's not going anywhere, this active transport, because the other way you can do it is hop in your car and go down to EA Networks and, you know, do your 25 lengths type of thing, then hop in your car and go back, you know. So where does the active transport fit in? I don't know.
I think we will come to that answer as we move our way through. Councillor Wilson?
Yes. Do you want us to comment? Somebody one of the councillors commented about free access for volunteers. Do you want us to comment now or comment later?
We have picked this up later on in the recreation facilities as a point for councillors to reach on.
Councillors will let staff do their presentation and then we'll go answer the questions later. So, Janice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on to page 11, the strategy not capturing the issues, inclusion was raised. Then moving on to some general comments about open spaces in the library. Then we move down to a view that the strategy is not the role of council. And then we have a submitter who pointed out that the document didn't mention climate change.
Mr. Chair, just one question on, not the role of council. Why is it the role of council to do the strategy? He says it's not. Is there an alternative to that? Why are we doing it?
Thank you, through the chair. If we roll it all the way back to the Wellbeings under the Local Government Act, we believe that that is a mandate, well, not a mandate, sorry, it's too strong a word, but we believe that council does have a role to play in the way in which Janice explained, either as a lead or as in a supporting role.
Thank you, Janice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the final question, so just a wrap up for capturing the issues. Do elected members wish to make any changes to the draft strategy based on the feedback received in regards to capturing the issues? If so, which issues would you like to see addressed?
Councillor Mackay.
Yes, I'd like the proposal of expanding around EA networks to be looked at more in depth. And I really question why in this strategy we would have climate change? Does that go as far as we'd actually have to put a cover over any sporting activities in the future if we're going to get more rain?
Yeah, Steve.
Just through the chair, you possibly don't think that sport is linked to climate change, but if we think about sport use within our district swimming pools, as temperatures get hotter, and we've even noticed over the last 5 years, we're getting a resistance for especially parents with young kids wanting to go into these pools during the height of the day when the sun is the strongest and the reflection is actually frying kids. So there may be a need to look at partially shading. Playgrounds were mentioned again for the increasing in temperature, the need for shading. Green spaces may become compromised with the grass species that we're using now with climate change or either through temperature or rainfall. So there is a coalition between both them, and also how we can ensure that through climate change public participation carries on with sport rather than people retrenching back into, say, more inside activity. So there is both a fundamental about how we roll out sport, but also how we support with facilities and going forward.
Thank you for that. Councillor Cameron.
With regards to that comment, also our energy consumption, primarily at EA Networks, but at other centres, impacts directly on climate change because we're trying to reduce our energy consumption. So do we need to look at like big batteries or solar panels on as heating or cooling things and all that sort of thing? So I think climate change is relevant to this strategy. And I don't know what else I'm allowed to comment on, so.
I guess, Tony and Janice, you just make a note of these comments that are being made. Is that the way we handle this?
Yes, we do, and we'll look to just add in some more factors into those issues part of the strategy, just to reflect around EA&C and the climate change.
Councillor Lovett.
So with this, you'll be encouraging clubs. I know one may come to us like covering a big area in the domain, so that within this policy that will be allowed. I'm just talking about the tennis courts. So within all this policy that will be encouraged and allowed to happen with the climate change.
Thank you, through the chair.
Who would like to?
Sorry, I was just going to make reference to the policy side of things in terms of what the Cancer Society has spoken to you about. I think that we need a really clear discussion and direction from council as if you want us to go and investigate that further or not. At this stage, with the key issues that are in the background that impact on play, active recreation and sport, we'll make reference to the fact that climate change is a factor and that will need to be part of everybody's thinking going forward in terms of whether it's designing a new space or looking to host a new amazing event outside. So when it comes to, we've got a specific question asked around the development of a policy as such.
Is it appropriate that we look more seriously at shade in playgrounds, or is it appropriate that we? Ian.
Thank you. Through the chair, certainly it is, and it's something that we will have our playground assessor review. We have that annual inspection coming up later this month, and I've added in that we will get the shade aspects identified and documented at the same time. We obviously look at not just artificial shade, but what cover we've got in the way of trees to provide some natural shade as well. Artificial shade can be manufactured very quickly and put up. Natural shade takes a number of years to grow and develop, so it'll be a combination of both that we look at.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
So, just going on further from my previous question, just want to know from you, Mr. Chair, how we go about asking the Chief Executive to look at giving free options at some of our sporting things that we actually control, So we can't actually do that. We have to wait for staff to look up the fees and charges. So we can't suggest as a council, for example, that firemen have one free swim in the hope that they'll come back for extra swims. We're not allowed to ask that question today. Is that what I'm getting?
I'm sorry, Councillor Mackay, I do not understand your question.
Can I try again?
That would be a good idea.
So the officer asked us what else we wanted in the strategy. So are we allowed to give direction that we would like staff to look at providing a free swim for firemen in the hope that it would be a marketing tool and they'd come back and buy a second, third and fourth? Are we allowed to get to that level or not today?
My understanding is that that question has already been asked and it has been answered by Kate, and there is the review of the EA Network Centre operations, and we should be getting the report of that about August. So I think that will cover your question.
Supplementary.
Yeah.
So will the answer be what Kate gives us, not what we would like to see?
Sorry. I'll ask.
It's a straight out governance question, Mr. Chair.
Beg your pardon?
In my opinion, it's a straight out governance chair. Either the councillor is in charge or not.
I'll have a comment to make, but I'll ask the Chief Executive to speak first.
Thank you. I think the context to the question is really important. There is a current piece of work around a marketing and utilisation strategy at the EA Network Centre, nearing the completion of its drafting. That will come to council if it's ready at the end of August on time, then you can expect to see it in September. And then you get to consider what that recommends and the ramifications that it will outline. And then in the end, if council want to make a decision around a particular offer to a particular group in the community, then you can make that offer. That decision is definitely council's. It just seems to me that right at the moment, as we sit here on the whatever of June it is, you're very close to receiving a whole lot of information and data that might assist you in that in the call you might make. But in the end, if you want to have a free swim for firemen, then council can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I'd like to assure Councillor Mackay that he's absolutely right. It is a matter of governance, and the councillors and the council will make the decision. But the decision is not, in my opinion, to be made yet until we receive the report and we can make our decisions from then. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Councillor Mackay. We can direct the staff which direction to take. It's a waste of time them coming back and say we're going to give free. It's, as councillors, I think we should be directing them that we're already putting 4 million into the EA Network Centre. If this, obviously, the people that administer or run the EA Network Centre, to them, ratepayers' money is just an income. To us, it's vital that we don't keep on increasing rates. And this is what I hope they take into account, that if they come up with a freebie idea, they can justify it and tell the ratepayers they're going to charge us another 0.5% or something. So I agree with Councillor Mackay. We don't want to go way down a path and then the councillors say no way, and all that work is wasted.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Chief Executive.
One of the things for us all to keep in mind, I think, as we make these decisions is the dynamic nature of a facility like the EA Network Centre. This is not like setting a roading budget and knowing you're going to get X amount of subsidy and everything's got its limits and boxes. In the end, the way in which revenue in particular runs at the EA Network Centre depends on the people who go, all of which have a choice to make. And so the framework for the operating budget at the EA Network Centre is rises and falls with the way in which the community responds to that facility. And it could be that by offering a number of groups free access, because we want it utilised and we want to reward their contribution, you might want to think about whether or not that might reduce revenue and might mean ratepayers do have to put more in order to keep the EA network centre open. You would want to understand some best forecasting about that as you then make the decisions. The issue of the decision is one thing, but the information that leads up to how you make that decision, it takes into account a whole lot of factors. And as we've seen in the last year, we didn't necessarily foresee a budget time lockdown. We didn't foresee COVID. We didn't see how the community was unable to go to that pool, which meant in fact that the revenue was so severely impacted that we've had to make some operating changes to try and get it back somewhere near the budgeted rates need. So all of this is sort of in the melting pot, and I think Council has the role around policy and strategic direction, but it's never going to be an exact science. It's never going to be exactly as you might plan for it at any particular moment in time. The community will decide how often they go and what price is too high. They'll respond to that. And I know we've had conversations, Mr. Chair, in this room about setting the fees at a level that will minimise the rates intake. But we've always had to take into account that the level of fees will dictate how many people go. And if less people go than you want because the fees have gone up, then the revenue won't match the budget expectations anyway. So it's a much more complicated picture than just set the fees, estimate the number of people, and that's the rates limit. We've seen that in the last 2 years to demonstrate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Councillor Cameron.
I take your point, Hamish, with regards to that, but I also take Steve's point with regards to the fixed cost, and any additional people are a variable cost, and incremental amount may be minuscule, if nothing. I mean, presumably not nothing, because there'd be wear and tear. But it's very difficult to develop a strategy when a lot of the submitters have commented on the EA networks as a venue, to develop a strategy when we don't have that utilisation information. So our hands are a little bit tied until we get that information. I mean, the marketing thing, absolutely, that's so be it. But the utilisation information and where the quiet patches are, where we could perhaps maximise use of the facility by offering free or very reduced rates to, e.g. volunteers or people that haven't had swimming lessons or whatever. We don't know that, and so I feel we're flying with one wing, and we have incomplete information.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Mayor Brown.
To assist with moving forward, the process, I presume, would be at the activity briefing, and when we discuss the EA Network Centre, that councillors could ask for a report to council at that process for along the lines of a free swim in an afternoon, or a volunteer concession or whatever, and then the staff would prepare a report with the costings of what it would cost, and that could come to council to make a decision. Not individual councillors can't do it, but the council as a collective will make a decision, yes, we would like to look at that, or no, we wouldn't. Yeah. So I think that's probably the opportunity we could use to progress some of the suggestions in the report, in the submissions we've had.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Tony and Janice, that fits in with your program and how things are moving?
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, it does.
Yeah. Just before we go, Councillor Brown.
Yeah, we're all sitting here on the EA side. There is far more open spaces and other places around this town as well we have to think about. We started off with climate changes, and who's going to pay that? Well, Tinnold's pool has shade sales for 5 years, and they're all being sponsored. Didn't cost anything to council. So let's get on. Forget about the pools. They stay there. Let's get on with it.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
Thank you. So I'll move you now to page 13 in your summary booklet, because I think a lot of the issues that you've raised in this first section. We're going to get to address them in quite a specific detail as we go through, but I just want to draw your attention to through the survey or through the engagement, we asked our community whether they agreed with the priority areas that the strategy had. So if we think of the strategy as the high level document that's going to sit up here, underneath that will then sit your LTP, and underneath that will then sit your annual plan and your budgets and your fees and charges at quite a specific level. So appreciate there's a very strong desire to do something for our broader community within EA Network Centre, but it fits within that bigger context of providing play, active recreation and sports spaces in the district as a whole. So if I can draw your attention to the areas of focus that we had, and on page 13 we've got the 12 listed there, and we asked our community what they thought was the most important one to them. So we asked them to rank them, and I think the questions and the conversation that we've just had, they line up perfectly with what the top one is, and that is that barriers to participation are recognised and addressed. Absolutely, I think that's wholeheartedly agreed by those that we heard from. So then within that, come back to the strategy, that then becomes an objective, then under that will sit what the key actions will be, and one of those we'll make sure is in there that references to EA Network Centre usage and participation, is that we look to remove as many barriers as we possibly can or that we can afford to, which then becomes a council decision and a discussion. So we think this is quite a clear list as officers, but I just wanted to draw your attention to it. Is there anything there that you think, oh no, that needs to be far more important than widget D, for example? Otherwise, we'll just work with these and make sure that we've got actions accordingly that recognise the priority that our community gave us.
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Cameron.
A point we heard from the Hakateri Multicultural group, or Selwyn Price, with regards to that we didn't consult. We went to Arawhenua, but we did not go to Hakateri to the Ethnic Leaders Forum. And also I would like to see, through the chair to the officers, a breakdown based on, like for example, ethnicity. We've only got, so all we know is that the people that responded replied with these tables. We did hear, and we do know from government initiatives, and we do know from locally, with that Maori Health and Pacifica Health outcomes are not as good as non-Maori and Pacific Health outcomes. Their participation in sport and other activities is not as high as other groups. That is not reflected in this overall score. So I would love, is this overall score robust? I mean, it is robust from your submissions, but did we make a real effort and input energy to get submissions from other groups that may not have written on paper?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes. Yes, we did. As a starting point, we did speak directly to the Hakateri Multicultural Council. We wrote to them and saw them at their offices to ensure that they could consult with their ethnic leaders and come back to us, and we didn't hear anything back. In regards to iwi engagement, that was, we had one-on-one discussions with Runanga, and they were quite happy to guide us on the general direction of the strategy document and in the way in which we undertook our consultation. In regards to yeah, sure.
Yeah, so thank you. So through the chair, just with regards to Councillor Cameron's question around sample size and ethnic breakdown, it's a sample of only 35 respondents, so it's small. We can go and have a look and see if we did get much in terms of ethnic diversity in terms of responding to this, and if that was different to what the overall looks like, and we can feed that back to you.
And one more comment, if I may, through the chair,
Yes.
Quick comment. I note you commented, Janice, that you didn't get a reply from Hakateri Multicultural, so we cannot say just because they didn't reply doesn't mean they were consulted. Clearly they weren't consulted, or they would have submitted. So I don't think we can say that that's a consultation.
I'm not sure what your question is.
My understanding of that was that they were approached, they were asked to submit, and they didn't reply. I don't think we can do much more than that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, too, another important thing which slipped my mind earlier was that when we held the initial workshops with the sports clubs, a lot of them talked about diversity and inclusion and that they had very high levels of participation, particularly, say, with football. We did also hear from one of the Filipino volleyball clubs. And as you know, like from a welcoming communities perspective, we ensured that the consultation documents were at particular sports clubs that we knew had high levels of diverse populations. So yeah, that was some extra points to consider in the consultation as well.
Thank you for that. Getting very close to lunchtime. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, number 3. Maintaining strong volunteerism. How is the council going to do that? I mean, this district is wonderful for volunteers, service clubs or sports clubs, or for the general population in New Zealand. I think this district is one of the outstanding ones regarding people volunteer for things. So, to me, it's not the council's job, it's the community does it rather than a council thing. It's a moral type of community that we've got. I would rather put that down further. The other thing, submitters, especially one submitter, was inclined to degrade a certain area of the town. To me, the east side of town is just as wealthy as some parts of the town are just as poor as ever. We're a mixture. The general feeling is Ellington's rich and Netherby's poor. Well, that's not correct. There's a mixture. Tynwald has got rich people, poor people. To me, why say that the east is underprivileged? And it's not. There are great part of the Hampstead Club, and that is a great part of the community down there. So I object to submitters saying that part of the town's poor and that's good and so on.
Thank you. Through the chair, with regard to the volunteerism one, in terms of the point 3 there, certainly the council's role is we would be a support player in that rather than being a lead agent, and that might be helping that we have those conversations, for example, with Sport Mid Canterbury, who actually do a lot in this space to help our clubs stay strong and to make sure they've got a good base of trained people that aren't overloaded to be able to keep continuing to contribute to sport. So our role as a council is purely a supporter, and there may be opportunities in the future, like with what we've been asked this morning by the Hakatera Youth Sports Club, there might be ways that we can help with that through our council facilities and spaces. With regard to the east side of town, we've never made those assertions, and we certainly wouldn't ever like to.
Hey, Councillor Falloon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just coming back to the priority areas of focus, and we're asked down at the bottom, would elected members like to see any objectives added or removed? I think you could look at all of them and say, well, you could remove it, but if you start removing one, what do you replace it with? And to me, you leave them all in there. You know, success stories are promoted. When you look through, that certainly was the lowest one of all the submitters. But then again, success stories can be part of your marketing, where you've had families or whatever, individuals who have done well, and they can be promoted to promote that sport or activity type of thing. So to me, I would not like to see any objectives added or removed.
Thank you, John. Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you. Just regarding point 10 about the Maori and Pacifica people are active and confident, it was raised, Simon in page 80 raised this issue, and also it was mentioned by one or two others that we shouldn't just limit it to the 2 ethnicities, and I wonder whether we should have in there the words and other ethnic people or newcomers are active and confident as well. I think we need to be broader than Maori and Pacifica, because we've got so many different ethnicities in our community, and we'd like to make them all feel that they want to be active and confident.
Thank you. Through the chair, there is a little bit of a method to having that number 10 written as that is, and that is to help us to align to some potential future grant funding from government, because they are two areas that are known across New Zealand to have poor health outcomes, and sport and recreation can be a way of lifting those. So we would be probably advocating to try and keep them in, but we'll certainly take on board that we need to broaden it to include all in our district. It certainly was never meant to be restrictive, but we did hear that feedback, so we'll take that on board.
Thank you, Tony. Just before I ask Councillor McMillan, I've just announced that lunch is ready, so when Liz is finished, we're going to have lunch.
Great, thank you. I'll be real quick. I'm just wondering how many people knew what number 11 balances better philosophy actually meant, because it's quite low, and when I have Googled it, the definition is it is about young people staying involved in sport for life and realising their potential at the right time. And that, I think, is something that possibly could go higher. So I'm just wondering, in the consultation, was that, I mean, I've looked at the consultation and it doesn't sort of explain what it is. It's something set up by Sport New Zealand, so personally I'd like to see that higher if possible.
Oh, Councillor Falloon. Yes.
I would speak against that, because to me we've already got that reflected in number 2, continued youth involvement. Yeah.
Tony and Janice, that's sort of the end of that little section. Are you comfortable with that?
Yes, we are. We'll take that feedback on board for the balances better.
Yep, yes. We'll adjourn for lunch then. Yeah. Right, thank you. We'll resume now, and Tony and Janice, it's back to you.
Thank you very much. So we're heading now on to page 16 of the summary document, and in here we've broken the feedback that we've received down into categories that align with council business, just for ease of us being able to think of them. So what we'll do is take each table as read, highlight anything new that we learnt from our submitters this morning, and then open the floor for you to tell us, yes, you want something in or out, or this is very important or not. So I'll pass over to Janice.
Thank you, through the chair. So on page 16, when we asked the community through consultation if they had any general comments, two that we have themed under transportation. We have one noting an absence of parks with walking and cycling tracks in the east side, and few park benches where there are footpaths. And then the next one is a request to install a gravel or metal pathway through the trees from town boundary heading north to Industrial Park. Council can direct direct officers to explore any of these comments.
Thank you, Janice. Councillor Mackay.
Transportation question, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
The new development on Trevor's Road, Strone, was it? Strone Fields. Does that have a developer provided footpath along that side of Trevor's Road?
I'll ask Ian to answer that if you could, please. Ian.
Through the chair, I believe there is going to be footpaths in front of every urban linkage, so I would expect there will be one down that side of Trevor's Road. In the Stronefield subdivision also, there is planned to be an extensive loop around some of the recreational space at the south end, which encompasses the retention ponds. There's two large ponds there, and in the top section there will be a corridor which will be a linkage and be accessible to all of the cul-de-sacs on either side, so that will allow some walking, cycling type initiatives to occur as well. So it should be a lot greater than what currently you see in the landscape on the eastern side of town.
Supplementary?
Yeah, by all means.
No, I think the answer's brilliant, but it didn't answer the question in my mind. Is there going to be a footpath right along Trevor's Road in front of the development on that side of the road? I'm very pleased to find out there's going to be footpaths inside, etc., but I have not got a guaranteed answer that there is or not.
Can anyone answer?
Yeah, through the chair, we can certainly come back, but my recollection of the plan was that there was, but can confirm that.
Am I allowed to give an answer? If that is the case, brilliant. Because I go back to another road where it's been said that we assumed the footpath was going to be there, and we've actually settled in this year's annual plan for a half-width shingle track, finally. So that's why I was asking the question. Assuming is not good enough, I think, when it comes to developers, because developers assume that they might get away without having to provide it.
Well, I think the officers will go and check that and report back to us. Mayor Brown.
Just on the Citizens Association, the comments there, residents are primarily walking on the footpaths. Well, that's what they're for. And then it talks about very few park benches. Now that might be a point. One of the submitters raised that as well. Some playgrounds up this end don't have park benches for the grandparents or the parents or the caregiver to sit while they're children or whoever plays on them, so that might be something to note. Litter free talks about installing a gravel pathway for people to bike to the industrial park. I know several years ago when the industrial park was set up, I think it's North Park Road, the one that goes past the cemetery now, I think it's called North Park Road, that was widened and upgraded, and that for the intent of more vehicles were going to use it, and also cycling to bike out there. So it was done as part of their consent, I presume, to do the business estate. And just also on transportation, making it easier for, I think it was kids to access sport. One of the submitters talked about. The council has that money they give away each year. You'll know the name of the fund. Mainly the schools apply for it.
The Sport New Zealand Rural Travel Fund?
That's the one, yeah. So there is something there already. They may not be aware of it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. It's 20 grand or something like that, 20 grand a year, I think, which we distribute.
We do, yes, we do.
Yep. So just comments to the submitters' questions.
Thank you. Steve, you've got...
Just through the chair, just to give some additional information to the Mayor's comments. Council's reserve management plan process that we are getting underway with now will actually, and it's a fully consulted document with the community, that will drive the need for what goes on certain reserves over a period of time. So part of that is a lot of management intents, which would be agreed upon by council after having submissions from community groups. So there is a process underway for that, and Ian's team are starting to work on that now. So that will draw out from the community what is needed.
Thank you, Steve. Councillor Lovett.
Neil's asked my question about park benches, but there was a Pacific one on Victoria Street had been taken away. Is it in the plan to replace that? And I'm thinking with Chalmers Avenue all through there, all those sections are getting now subdivided with pensioner flats and things. We need to look at that area, and because, you know, we're wanting to encourage people to get out of their houses and walk to town, we probably need to have a few more seats on the plan for these people to take a rest on their way. So please, yeah, and have a look at all the parks and put them in your plan.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question I'm not sure if I can answer. Basically, the trees just outside of town, where they want to have a shingle track through, is that NCTA or is it council? Steve.
Just through the chair, Ian, I recall that's a combination of NZTA, maybe a bit of railway land, but we've got the beautification allowance for that. Part of the driver of that submission back was through Bev Skates, who actually raised this with me. That group, that community group, did a litter pickup, but as part of that process, they've actually seen and spoken to a number of people that are currently biking to work through the trees to get to their jobs at the industrial park. So that's the background to that. They've visually seen them and wondered if it was something that council might consider as part of an annual plan process or an LTP process.
Okay. Because if you go past the cemetery, that's all 50 k's, and then you get on the same place. Yeah.
Mayor Brown.
Just thinking about the park benches, and it's in the reserve management plans, Steve, which is good to have them there. To speed that process up, because it's going to take dollars, is there an ability in there for people who sometimes live there and who no longer live there but have passed away, their relatives like to put a seat up with a plaque on and remember them that way, and it gets it done quicker.
Ian.
Through the chair, if I can confirm that there has been a number of those requests, even in the last 9-12 months, so that is an accepted mechanism to increase the assets that we have.
And it's allowable?
Yeah, it's permitted.
We
yes.
encourage it, or
we do encourage it.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Cameron.
We're talking about park benches. What about the toilets, public toilets? We talked about that, and there was a suggestion on the that is impacting on our strategy for a play and recreation strategy because there's no facilities.
I'll go to Ian again, if I may.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, look, the Strohan Fields development, again, there will be a chunk of reserve contributions that will be forthcoming to the council from that development, and staff, the planning staff, have got a toilet block flagged as being desirable in that development. We've also got one flagged to go in the Grove Street development at the east side of Tynwald, so both on the eastern side of the state highway in those new developed areas. That doesn't address the current lack of facilities between the likes of the Trevors Road and the boundaries where there is new development back toward the state highway. Currently in the LTP we've been focused on really updating and replacing some existing units throughout the district, so we haven't yet embarked upon a strategy of looking at where the needs are, but we're certainly well aware that the eastern side is probably the highest priority area in the district for need for new facilities.
Can we hasten an opportunity to do that work as to where the needs are? I'm just looking now at the Rangitata, the Rangitata, Rakaira, I mean, we were going to put a toilet block up there, and it's perhaps not as much as a priority as on the east side of town.
Just through the chair, so there's two processes for us to look at that. One is Ian's team are currently looking at our present public toilet plan, which we've got one. It's out of date, so we're going to review that, and that looks at what public toilet facilities should be within a certain distance of a park or a CBD. So that'll be underway, we're hoping, in the next 12 months. The reserve management plan, again, will bring out what facilities are needed on parks, also incorporating our open spaces strategy. All these things start to paint a picture for what is needed. The funding mechanism generally is around annual plan or an LTP. So we're starting the LTP process, Tony, I think very soon. So it's not that far away from these things coming up to council. We just need to do the homework first to look at what we actually need before we can come back to you. Okay. The submitter that raised it, I've actually shared those thoughts with them several times, so they're aware of the processes we have to go through.
I think over time it's only highlighted the urgency for a public facility on the other side of town, and when the more and more submissions we hear become more and more obvious, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Luppert.
I was just going back to the toilet one. We've been on this for quite a few years, a bit on the east side, and today we actually got a park from the person thinking the best place, and that was Digby's Park, and I wonder whether that could be a priority to have a look at in that plan you're looking at.
Yeah, through the chair, we'll certainly factor that into the thinking, along with the other reserves, just in terms of the proximity to particularly where play assets are located and so on.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Mackay.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. My comments are directed to Councillor Cameron. If she wished to pursue a toilet on the east side be incorporated into the long-term plan, I would be very supportive of that, because the words I am hearing is we're looking at factoring, we're thinking of planning, and to me those are not words that are good to reply to a submitter with. And if you want to be more definite, Councillor, I will support you.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Point of order. What? Oh, sorry. I'll come back.
Are you rising to a point of order?
No, I can't do that here. I'll just ask another question, if I may.
Yep, you ask another.
It was pointed out that we're doing a long-term plan next year. Can I please say to that councillor that, and my comments to Councillor Cameron was, I'm willing to support her right now, that it be in the forward from here to the long-term plan next year, because I have heard lots of words, well, these are words, like, oh, we're thinking about it, we're planning to, etc., etc. So this is a strategy. We're here today making decisions on this, I presume. So I'm saying to Councillor Cameron, if she wants to help in making a decision today, I'm willing to support her.
Thank you. Councillor, we're not making a decision here, but we are giving indications to the staff as to what we think after listening to all the submissions on the plan. But I think the staff would note that your interest in more firm wording as to what is going to be done is probably acceptable. Thank you.
Thanks for your guidance, Mr. Chair. That was all I was ascertaining, is how, because of course we are all interested in promoting that. So that is in hand, is what you're saying.
Yep. Thanks, Councillor Cameron. Back to you.
Thank you. So is there nothing further to add in the transportation section on page 16? If there's nothing further to add, then the next section covers community governance and decision making.
Can I just say something on the transportation, please, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Councillor.
We were talking, we had a submitter today on the spokes, you know, basically making sure that our pathways are suitable for kids to cycle to and from recreation activities. But we've had a lot of submissions in the past. People are not able to move around our district because of no public transport available. I think that still fits under the strategy, and do we need to go back to ECAN and say we want to investigate public transportation in the town?
Thank you, through the chair. Sorry, a frog in my throat. We've got a note to make the linkage better with the walking and cycling strategy in this strategy, because we think there's a lot of good synergies there, especially with what Spokes raised through the active transport. In terms of the public transport, raising that back up with ECAN, it's not financially stacking up at this point in time. We can keep raising it, but I don't think it's possibly useful to have in the strategy at this stage.
Okay, you mean not? You mean not financially stacking up from ECAN, not giving it? They're giving us $6,000 a year or whatever it is. So it's not enough.
Oh, so if you're talking about that's for the total mobility.
It goes towards the bus.
Yes, yes. And the community connector, but in terms of trying to make it more accessible for a child to get on the bus at Tinwell to catch to EA
to go to EA Networks,
ECAN have told us that we don't have the population to be able to service it, to justify it, to make it useful. But we can keep pushing that through the annual plan side of things.
I absolutely think we have to, because our population warrant public transport like any other bloody population.
You don't think it would be self-defeating by hammering it all the time?
No.
Okay.
I think we'll be giving up if we don't.
Thank you, Councillor Cameron. Mayor Brown.
When we had the ECAN councillors come in, some visited virtually and some come in on Zoom, and the question was raised about public transport, and Councillor Peter Scott said more than happy for Ashburton to have public transport, but you would need to pay for it yourselves. And because we don't have the population, Timaru has the trial going of their My Way. We have the trial going of the Community Connector, which they are funding. I think it's $5,000 a year, and we have the total mobility, which is a little bit more than that. So we have public transport of a small fashion.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay.
I totally agree with the Mayor. Councillors, let's be a bit reality here. We actually can't afford a public transport system like they have in Christchurch or Timaru because we haven't got the population. It's a very simple equation. But we have lots of other things going for us, wide open spaces and no noise.
Right, thank you for that. Okay, ladies.
Okay, so moving on to community governance and decision making topics. What we could do is actually start with new information that appeared from this morning's hearings, which was Sport Canterbury requesting a working group for the accountability of the strategy's implementation and for minutes to be fed into council. Do we have any comments regarding that one?
Councillor Falloon.
Question I have is, who would make up the membership of this committee?
Mr. Chief Executive.
Thank you. One of the issues that occurred to me, we would need a very carefully defined terms of reference for this group. because it can't suddenly dive into areas of operation and management. The way I understood it, it was primarily focused on the issue of a new development beside the EA Network Centre, and that sort of specific purpose working group made some sense given the way that previous fundraising efforts have been managed for the EA Network Centre itself and other facilities. But a general committee to sort of hold this whole strategy to account with minutes going to the council didn't seem to me to be a particularly governance or strategic approach to some quite detailed work, but project-based would seem to me to be a much stronger place for such a group, but again would need some reasonably clear terms of reference so everyone knew why they were there.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Chair, I totally agree with the Chief Executive about how we need a group outside to look at the new proposals, if they are warranted or not, around EA Network Centre, and I would welcome that councillors agree to Chief Executive organising some suggested terms of reference for such a group that could include people from the outside as well as people from around this table. I think it's bloody brilliant.
Thank you. Councillor McMillan.
I was wondering whether it would, it could come through activity briefings, and I mean, I understand a working group, but I'm thinking, do the minutes really need to come into council, and should it just come in through activity briefings or something like that?
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
We have I think there was 4 objectives or 4 goals in the strategy, which is not a lot to report on at a high level. And I think, you know, if we can report back to them, have a group outside of council, totally support that. But if it's fed back into council with regards to meeting the timeline for these objectives, I think that is important from a governance perspective, and I think it should be done quite regularly rather than 6 monthly or annually. I think the 3 monthly activity reports is a good suggestion, if that is an appropriate, you know, opportunity.
Thank you. Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you, and I agree with what's been said. And when Jan Cochrane mentioned this, I thought maybe Jan or somebody with her level of experience could perhaps lead it, or she might not be looking for more work, but you know, we had Tanya Dearns in here on the same topic, and I think there are very good people outside of council, but they're aligned with us that perhaps given some assistance from us could well do a good job with this. I think it's a very, what's the word, good role looking forward to bring some of these things together.
Could I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that we meet with Mid Canterbury Rugby, given they raised the issue specifically, and with Sport Mid Canterbury, to sort of brainstorm a group in a terms of reference focused on the development of the alternate sports grounds or the new sports ground at the EA Network Centre, not more generally holding council to account for everything else in the strategy. That doesn't seem to be an appropriate role, but we'll come up with a combined work through Steve or whatever, and council can see the terms of reference, can see the proposed make-up, know that we've consulted Sport Mid Canterbury and perhaps Mid Canterbury Rugby, and then have your own input and additions or deletions to that.
Thank you. I'll go to Steve, if you've...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I fully support what our CEO has said about those project-based ones. Often you find best practice for these sort of strategies is there is an advisory group set up very similar to our biodiversity strategy advisory group, made up of sector experts. Council is only just a glue to bring them together, and we're just another partner around that table. And often that steering group or advisory group collectively come together, and it might only be 4 or 5 times a year, but look at the actions and look at the opportunities to work together to achieve those actions in a timely sort of way. But as our chief executives highlighted, it's probably a two-prong approach from project-based to general actions.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. One of the submitters, the Hakateri Multicultural Council, asked why the document wasn't put out in a range of languages. Do we have a reason why we don't do that?
Through the chair, yes we do, it's cost. We don't do any of our documents in another language other than English.
And you're not obliged to?
No, we aren't.
No. Thanks. And the other question the same presenter had was you didn't have the pre-engagement with the Hakateri Multicultural Council, but you did? And they chose not to respond?
Yes, that's correct.
But that's fine, thanks. And going further down, there's a request that everyone included to access council facilities despite their vaccination status. You don't have to be vaccinated now to visit our facilities? No.
No, you're correct.
Yep, I thought so. Thanks.
Okay, you've got a...
Yes, not to regress on the previous question, but as we were considering the fields by the EA Network Center, I think it's important to give a reminder that we are doing a sport and open spaces, aquatic sport and open spaces utilization study, which will assess the needs of those types of assets in the district. And that is due to go out to tender and then will be put in the will be given to a selected provider in August. So the process will commence next week, and then they will, starting in August, take it over and assess the needs of that type of stuff in the district, and that would feed into that group that you were discussing.
Thank you. Councillor Floon.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just coming back to Sport Canterbury's request for a working group for accountability of strategy implementation. Have we actually got a plan of implementation, or have we just at this stage come up with an overall strategy? To me, having another committee means more bloody bureaucracy, more bloody secretarialship and that sort of thing to achieve what? To me, the idea of having a projects-based committee, such as development down at EA Networks, makes a lot more sense.
Thank you. Mr. Chief Executive.
Thank you. When we develop the terms of reference, I predict it's likely the terms of reference will define the role of the working group to one project. If that finds council's favour when we bring that to you, that's what its role will be. If you think that's too narrow at that time, then that debate could ensue. But the draft terms of reference will be focused on the expansion of the sports facilities at EA Networks or adjacent to the EA Network Centre, rather than a committee to hold everyone to account for everything in here, which we've already sort of alluded to. Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
I have another question, but I just would like clarification around that. Can I just finish that conversation first?
Yeah,
can you explain
the chairman,
that to me?
you can ask anything.
Can you explain that to me, Hamish, please? What are you saying?
I'm saying the terms of reference are almost certainly, the draft terms of reference for your approval will almost certainly define the role of the working group to develop a proposal for the expansion of the sports fields beside the EA Network Centre, not be a committee of council for everything in this strategy. This council has dozens and dozens of strategies that don't require committees to hold council to account on them. So the proposal that is likely to come to you will be focused on the development of the sport fields beside EA Network Centre, as per Mid Canterbury Rugby's request, which is what I felt Sport Mid Canterbury were really talking about, as opposed to a much broader we're going to hold council to account on everything in this strategy, because that council is the body.
When you say Sport Mid Canterbury, you're talking about Sport Canterbury, Jan.
The same thing.
Jan's group, yeah. The Sport Canterbury in the
Yeah, well, the Sport Mid Canterbury is within the umbrella of Sport Canterbury, so the same thing.
So with regards to the operational goals, or that is in the strategy, there's 4 main goals or objectives, and they have scenarios as to how they will be achieved. Those people, presumably the staff will report to you and say, we are this far through that goal? Is that how that will work?
Well,
Or who's accounting for the $4 million investment of that facility to the ratepayer of the community?
So I'm not quite clear of that question. Council currently gets a 6-weekly activity briefing update on the functioning of the EA Network Centre, including now detailed P&L alongside the financials once a month.
Yeah.
So Council is already monitoring the performance of the EA Network Centre very closely. So in terms of this strategy, the strategy might be to improve accessibility to our facilities, and then there'll be some ways of achieving that, which will drop down in a more detailed level to business planning, and if it needs resource, it'll be included in the annual plan. And so all our normal mechanisms of accountability will exist for this as well as everything else.
Because in it we have the strategy, and then we have our action plans, and in those action plans we have 4 goals as to how we're going to fulfil our requirements under the strategy. Those goals are the future. The activity reports are the past. Do we not need something to steer the future? That's the strategy, that's right.
Well,
yeah, but that's not my question either. Anyway, I just think clarification. My question, can I go to my question?
I think we're wandering on 2 parallel lines here, and I'm not quite sure exactly what it is.
Well, I'm saying we're looking at what has been done. My question was about the Maori language, but I'll get on to that. When Hamish is saying at the activity briefings 6 weekly, we are looking at what has been achieved.
Correct.
What has done. We cannot influence that because that is over. The strategy is the overarching plan, looking at how we will achieve our future expectations and our future goals.
That's right.
And that would seem much more, to me, strategic and relevant to a council than what has happened in the past.
So what is it? So council will adopt that strategy. So you're being very strategic in adopting the strategy, and then that will flow through to actions that will require resources and energy, which we will then report on alongside everything else that the council does.
The concern is that we suddenly come 3 years down the track and we see that there's gaps in our actions because of funding or because of COVID or for whatever reason.
So may I just hesitate here? What precisely do you wish to know?
Well, I wish to know nothing. I wish to submit that we have a group, as per the submission from Sports Mid-Canterbury or Sports Canterbury, as per the board, we have a working group for accountability of strategy implementation, and that the minutes are fed regularly into council, not on a project basis, but on all the goals.
Thank you.
Yeah, but my question, may I go into my question?
Well,
that was my sideline question. My real question is the Maori, translating it into our one of our official languages. How much additional would that have cost through the chair to the officer, please?
Sorry, we didn't get that priced up, but I know in the past when we've priced up translation of documents of a similar size, you'd be looking into the $5,000 to $6,000 mark.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think that would satisfy people that are listening to the...
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Chair, I totally agree, totally disagree with Councillor Cameron about having a group set up to monitor, I guess, the strategy, etc., etc. I totally agree that we need a group set up to look at building stuff around it. I also totally agree with what we're doing with Rikaya at the annual plan, and yet I've just heard from a staff member that we are actually going to tender a proposal to find out what the community wants. Well, Mr. Chair, really, what will that achieve, if anything? I'm absolutely bamboozled about, well, we've helped Rikaya. We've decided, I think, as councillors, that we want a committee, subject to the Chief Executive drawing up some draft options for us to look at how the committee behaves.
But this other project that I've just heard from Kate, really, what is all that about? Are we tendering something out for an outside person to come in and do some contract work for us to find out what buildings the community wants? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's what you say you're hearing. I'm going to ask Steve if he may comment to that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to clarify that question, if you recall back to the LTP process, there was some submissions and some desire to have a look at expanding the EA Network Centre and to expand those sports fields. And at the time, staff recommended to council that we possibly tie-ho for a bit because we don't have enough utilisation information to give you a recommendation we need to expand. And at that time I said that we need a sum to engage a consultant to help us do a utilisation study of the district sports fields and of the EA Network Centre to look at what gaps we currently have and what is needed for the future. And that would feed into the next LTP. So you actually have some creditable information to support any decision that you would be making for expansion or not for that reason. So that's the background. And we are using a consultant because it's quite a specific mindset and skill set that we don't have in-house. They're in, they're out, they do the project, but it will be coming back to council through the process.
And that's what Kate was referring to.
That's what Kate's referring to. Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Mackay?
To a certain extent, yes. Will that, in any shape or form, slow up the Chief Executive bringing a draft statement, a draft, what's the word, around the committee?
Terms of reference.
Terms of reference for a committee to look at, or a group to look at expanding around EA Network Centre, because I've got a feeling it will.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, it won't slow up me proposing a draft terms of reference to council. It could challenge the terms of reference when that report comes in. It might cause us to pause and reflect and think and pivot and do all sorts of things once it's received, but it won't stop us giving effect to establishing the initial draft terms of reference.
So when will this strategy finding project, the results come from the independent person?
I'm not sure that. Have you got that time frame, Steve?
Yes, yeah. So, Mr. Chair, the proposals are going out to consultants very shortly, and they'll be working on that, which could take up to 6 months. The timing for that is actually done on purpose because we need to do the business and marketing plan for the EA Network Centre, and that will actually feed into the utilisation study as well, so we know what we're working on. I just recall back to sports fields that, and I remember saying at the LTP, are we better to develop what sports fields we currently have? An example might be Argyle Park, rather than spending millions on developing new fields at EA Networks when Argyle Park is not fully utilised. So the timing was sort of set to be able to flow straight into the LTP to have some decision making at that process.
Oh, well, Mr. Chairman, if I can comment, I think that I appreciate what Mr. Fabius has said, but I think it'll throw cold water on whatever the Chief Executive comes back in terms of reference, and that really disturbs me.
Well, thank you for your comments, Councillor Mackay, but I think we're probably on two slightly parallel subjects here. The Chief Executive was talking about a group for a specific project, and Kate and Steve are talking about a study that's already in the process, and I'm quite sure one will aid the other, and I think we're wasting time just to try and second guess it, so I'm going to go to Mayor Brown.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Ashburton Community Citizens Association asked for an open spaces app similar to Selwyn District Council, and I think the submitter, when she presented, talked about QR code. So I'm thinking, do we need an app? Do we need a QR code? I'm sure our facilities are on our website, there. So if there was a QR code, it could be scanned and take you straight to it, or you go straight to the website as it is without the need for an app, I would think. Just my comments.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we certainly take on board that comment, and we'll look into that as part of the reserve management planning process, just in terms of the engagement that we do get with the community, and how widely known our suite of assets are within the community. So we'll endeavour to flesh that out then.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Lovett.
I would certainly support an app, because if you've got a family out playing somewhere, you know, they just might say, what else has Ashburton got to offer? They'll go onto an app, you know, and have a look. They're not going to sit there and go onto our website and flesh stuff out, because families want stuff instantly today, and if they're local, they might have an app and it will tell you all about it, what's at each park in their community or reserves, what do they offer, and they can go, and families often will do one park then go to another place. So I think, you know, going app-wise would be very good.
Thank you.
Just comment to Councillor Lovett, you have to know there's an app, you have to download the app. If you have a QR code, you just take the photo of it and it directs you to the website with all the information.
Yeah.
I think it would be a lot simpler than the app.
Thank you. Janice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to sort of wrap up the discussion we were having earlier on monitoring and reporting, in the draft strategy we have said that a brief report on strategy implementation will be prepared as part of Council's overall annual reporting. And then if we were to go back to page 16, under community governance and decision making, did anyone have any questions or comments or direction on any of the comments on page 16?
Councillor Cameron.
I'm just going back to the reporting thing. So in summary, you were saying we had this big discussion.
Could you speak to your microphone, please, Caroline?
In summary, we've had this big discussion about reporting, and in summary, we're just carrying on reporting back with regards to activity in one sentence annually.
Through the chair, sorry, no, that's not what we were saying.
Okay.
We're trying to get ourselves into a process with all of our strategies. There's an annual report, so to speak, that comes to council. It's like a traffic light on all the different actions. Of it's a green, it's an orange, or it's a red, and some commentary. So you can keep an annual oversight of. It looks like we're slipping in this space. I wonder why.
Because we've got an amber light there as opposed to a red light.
Yes.
Which is very basic.
Oh, it is very basic, but at the same time, it's a way of starting to get the conversation started. I can prepare you a 20-page document, but I'm sure you probably don't want to plough through it every time.
I prefer that than a light. I've got no comment to make, because it's coming to council anyway, isn't it? The strategy is going to be adopted at council.
Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Cameron.
Okay.
Janice.
Thank you. So if we are finished with page 16, we've got page 17, which is still mostly comments around the way we engage with ethnic communities or unvaccinated people, etc. Is there any further comment or questions on page 17? If not, then page 18. It's continuation of those themes, as well as some comments around the reserve management plans and a community program role at EA Network Centre. Are there any questions around there?
Councillor Lovett.
Yeah, just about the reserve management plan. Is it easy to delist a reserve and put that status? You know, they're talking about down at Lakewood. Would it be better managed, or what is? Could someone just enlighten us on that?
Thank you. Look, through the chair, there's a fairly lengthy process to go through. You can apply what is known as a reserve swap or a land swap, where you move tenures from one to another for whatever reason. We do have a lot of gaps, as was pointed out by also a submitter, that in the council's suite of reserve assets, there's a lot that are not squared away and covered as ideally they should be. So that will form part of the process going forward that will be quite lengthy. There is also the classifications element that was also mentioned. So that's a tranche of work that needs to be done prior to the rest of the plans being fleshed out, because that determines what the primary purpose and driver and use of that reserve should be. So there's a lot of work to be done in those spaces, and you might recall that at the briefing, probably one before last, I'd made mention of that we'd gone to the market to get a consultant to work through that process. So that's now in train, and that process will start in earnest next month. So we're getting down that path, but definitely the likes of Lakewood and some of the areas in a similar vein will be added to the suite in a formal process.
Thank you, Ian. Councillor Falloon.
Yeah, just coming back to most of the comments on pages 16, 17, 18, to me they're political point scoring and really do not add. There is the odd one that adds something to the strategy that we're discussing, but for the most part really add nothing to it.
Thank you, Councillor Falloon. Councillor Cameron.
I've just got a query, a question please, on page 18. Officer Kate Fowler, EA Network Centre has modified the previous events coordinator role. Is that the role that was, is now vacant, or is that gone? I thought that was under...
Kate, can you comment on that?
I can respond to the event. Oh, well, because I think the event centre role, the events coordinator role you're referring to was the one that was inside our economic development function, and that's not the role you're talking about.
It is.
It is. I'm sure that's the role that Councillor Cameron's referring to.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not the same role. No.
But the role that Councillor Cameron is referring to, and the one that I think is being referred to in the submission, that was an unfortunate redundancy made because of COVID and no events being held in the district. So they're right that particular role was disestablished, but it was on the basis that there were no events.
Oh, that was correct. Yeah, well, there is no event. Okay, thank you.
And it is our intention to have a look at what gap currently exists with other work in that economic development area to see, what's the best way forward from here. But that's why that role is disestablished.
So if I can just ask one point of clarification, what is a community program? What does that mean? Thanks, Kate.
Right, so I think that there was also an events role at EA Network Centre, and that role has since pivoted to a community programs role, and that's where the question's coming from. And a community program is a program that serves anybody in our community. It's typically more grassroots based than it would be a big event that serves the wider community of New Zealand or Oceania. So community really at the heart of the people that live in the district.
So can you give me an example of what?
Sure.
One?
Tumbling Tots, a preschool program that develops small and gross motor skills for young children.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you. I just want to refer to on page 19, Stacey Stoddart, that was the teacher, wasn't it, with the children, but and this rears its head a lot, requested development of bike tracks at the domain. Now we've got that little pump track, bike track there that many times it's come up through the last round of submissions about us extending that and perhaps having roading features and giveaways and stops. Tony, I'll let you answer.
Thank you, through the chair. I just think we've just jumped ahead of a section, so we just need to finish out on page 18 as the last community governance and decision making, and then we'll be able to jump into that parks and open space area, please.
The chairman's lost the track, don't worry. So where are we, Councillor Rawlinson? Have you?
We're up to the bottom of page 18.
Page 18, yeah, I'm here on the bottom of page 18. What, you've got your light on, Councillor Rawlinson, do you want? Councillor no? Okay, it's back to you folks.
So there's nothing further to add on page 18. we'll go through to page 19. So now we're on parks and open spaces. We'll talk about, we'll start with the new information that came through from today's hearings while they're top of mind. So we had Stacey Stoddart who proposed or requested to bring forward the paddling pool move in the Ashburton Domain Development Plan. And Isabel Gentle who requested improvements to Tynwald Domain. Do we have some comments on those too?
Councillor McMillan.
Can I make a comment on that bike track that Diane just mentioned? And through Safe Communities, Leslie Simonton made a submission, I think it was to the walking and cycling strategy consultation, and possibly even through LTP as well, about collaborating to build one of those, it's like a little stop-go sort of place where children learn road rules. And we've also heard that there's one in Christchurch that the former refugee community used to kind of learn road rules as well, so it's sort of multi-purpose. But I've just pulled up an email here that Leslie wrote to Neil McCann, just wondering where we were at with that project, and she's passed him on to the roadie manager and our road safety officer, but nothing further has come of that since about March. So it's probably something that needs to be revisited and sort of.
I'll ask Steve to give us an update.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, by way of an update, you recall about 12 months ago there was a social media petition going around to actually look at having one of these bike parks into the district. One of the local service clubs picked up on that, and they met with me to say they would actually like to potentially interested to investigate co-funding one. So I've met with them and have raised that with them. And in the meantime, Councillor Abraham, you might recall, I think we raised it with the Tynwald Reserve Board, and they seemed interested in seeing whether that facility could go out at Tynwald to raise the interest of that park again. So we're still yet to go back to service clubs if there's a desire to have one and raise it with that.
Right. Just supplementary to that, has that whole Safe Community submission been then bypassed, because they're really keen to work with council and have ACC on board as well, so it would be great for everyone to get involved in that.
Through the chair, that would be part of the co-funding of how this could work. So.
Thank you, Steve. Councillor Rawlinson.
Thank you, Liz, for continuing that. Now, just moving on to the next Citizens Association, and this is about the toilets or proposed toilets, which I did talk to Steve about recently. A fellow celebrant was taking a funeral in the new part of the cemetery and said that elderly people wanted to know where the toilets were. And she said at the time she observed that the new, I've been out there since and looked at the big new brown wooden gates, which she said were shut. So they took it as that you cannot go back through the cemetery. She had to send the people out around the road to find the toilets. But I did mention it to Steve, and you were going to see if there was proposal for new toilets in the new cemetery.
Yeah, through the chair. Look, I also took on board the comment of the submitter that new toilets was part of the resource consent. So I would have expected that if that was part of it, that it would have been already underway or part of the plan. So I've already posed that question back through to our planning staff to determine what actually was included in that consent or not. I totally agree that we do need a facility in that new section of the cemetery. I'm also aware that we don't have a sewer in the close vicinity in terms of the road frontages, so we would need to look really closely at just how we structured that facility, given the groundwater questions in that corner of the township as well. So we'll progress that when we find out.
Thank you, Ian. Mayor Brown.
I think it's just moving on from when Stacey Stoddard talked to us. She talked about the EA networks and the water sports, the inflatables, the water sports not going or not available, the inflatables not up. Just wonder why they aren't up, or do they only go up at certain times and the water sports things turned off? I'll have another couple of questions after we get an answer.
That would be a question to Kate, definitely.
Yep, through to you, Chair. The inflatables have used to go up on a very regular basis. With COVID coming into the community and having some reduction in availability of staffing and lifeguards, it can be quite tricky to get them up. It takes a minimum of 7 lifeguards to get the inflatables up, while it only takes 2 lifeguards to open the pool. So when I have that many lifeguards down, it can just cause us to not put them up. These pool toys can heat up the facility the temperature is quite high, and so I believe a few years ago there was a call kind of made to keep them off and only turn them on when patrons ask. And so some of the patrons know, hey, just ask to turn them on, but what we've recognized is that that's not, 1, widely advertised, and 2, we can market specific times so that they will be on. So we're looking at having them on after swim lessons from 4 to 6 every day, so that then we can start communicating that to people.
Okay, that's great. Just thinking about these suggestions come through and we don't know about them until someone presents. Do you have a suggestions box down there where people can, they don't have to come and talk to you, just pop a little note in a box on things they would like to see or improve or whatever, give you a wee bit of feedback without having to physically talk to you about it?
Yes, we have a suggestions box. I probably get about 6 a week.
Oh yeah, that's good. I had some other couple of questions. Is now the time to raise about the a free pool day? Was no, we're going to do that through the activity briefings. That's right. No, that's fine. All for now.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Chair, Ian, you might like to go and see Andrew Guthrie, because council has given the okay for a study to be done about sewerage in the northeast corner of Ashburton. The cemetery is in the northeast corner of Ashburton.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Lovett.
Yes, so just going back to some of the play equipment in the domain, it is on our agenda. People have been asking, and it's come through here a bit too, on baby swings, and I guess you can put in the disabled swing in there. When was, because it's come up for the last plans we did last term of council, when is the new equipment, new swings and things in the Flying Fox, when is all that going to happen in the domain?
Through the chair, I can confirm that the Flying Fox is currently being worked through with staff and the companies that provide such things now. Right. So that'll be appearing in this coming financial year, 22-23. There is also some other elements of play that are being looked at for that for this coming year as well.
That's great, because it is starting to look a bit tired, and a lot of people use that domain, and when you're down there you hear comments and that it does need a lot of new activity and swings and stuff. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Another question, the paddling pool, when was it planned to move it? Okay, and I'm just going back a wee bit when we did the Ashburton Development Domain Plan, that there was... Yes, she asked, but I thought we weren't 100% in agreement to move it.
Yeah, I think that was...
Were we not going to move it? I don't think.
Yeah. Let's check the actual plan and confirm one way or the other. Yeah. There was discussion.
Yeah.
My own gut feeling is that it wasn't to be moved.
No. Yeah, I thought that too.
But let's confirm 100%.
Yeah. There was another project of adding water play activities, things that spout out of the ground to enhance the site, but we can find that out again and circulate that.
Yep, certainly, Cheryl, through the chair, that was my recollection as well, that there was to be an extension with the zero depth water play, but not moving it. But we'll confirm. Not off the top of my head, sorry. We'll come back to you with that.
Thank you.
I recall we had talked about moving it, and because of all the buses and all the people standing there taking photos of the children, and we kind of talked about whether it could have been fenced or something, a barrier put that they couldn't physically see the kids, because it is in a good position for a lot of travelling public, and a lot of kids use that paddling pool, but it would be nice to see if we had a bit of water play up there as well for those little toddlers if we could.
We're going to get a report on that and just see exactly what we did decide. Tony.
Thank you. Conversation's been great, team. We're going well. I just want to draw your attention back to page 19, and the first line was just with the submitter this morning with the Cancer Society around a UV, a request for council to look at developing a UV or sun protection policy. I guess as officers, we're seeking your direction if that's something you want to have put on the work program to investigate or not.
Councillor Falloon.
It's probably something that we should be aware of, but what I'm looking at is, can we put in something in place that's going to last? I mean, the photos we saw of these canvas sort of structures, and I think if we got a bloody good nor'wester came along, we'd take them out in one fell swoop type of thing. And so therefore you've really got to look at a cost benefit sort of basis before we go as far as anything along that line is concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Falloon. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I was thinking of the cost of putting those canvas things up, and you've got to take them down the winter when it snows, because otherwise they'll snap. So there's cost involved. But what happened to the old days of the sun hat and the slip slap?
Yeah, that's right.
It's slip slap. Is it our job to provide, or is it the parents' job who had the children to give them the protection that they need?
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I wonder if would it be helpful if we brought council a report on the matter, because I think I heard Mandy say that there are 6 councils in the North Island that have developed such a policy. Maybe Napier City was one of those, and it might be worthwhile just councillors seeing what one looks like to see whether you want to think it's of value or not. Would that find favour? Okay.
Do we find favour with that, ladies and gentlemen? A series of nods has gone around the table.
We'll take that interim step on the wrong.
Thank you for your nod. Tony.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just going to take it over this one. I'll just finish this one out. Yeah. So I think moving through the rest of page 19, I think we've covered off most of the queries that were raised, inclusive areas, bike tracks, public loos. Page 20, Rob Miller was making a request around new cycleways, walkways, mountain bike, biking and trail running areas. Certainly some of that is covered off in the walking and cycling strategy, but probably not as broad and extensive.
Councillor, excuse me, Councillor Mackay.
Can we give Rob Miller a map of what's presently available, please?
Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If we look at David Eason's second submission about high country, that's dock, and I didn't like his statement, underutilised and of little value. I don't think some of the run holders would quite agree with that. But it's really a dock thing.
Exactly.
Yes. And the final point there in this section was requesting solar lighting bollards at night along walking paths in Argyle Park. Ian might have some expertise on that.
Before we go any further, I'll just ask the Chief Executive, he's got an update on the Trevors Road situation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The joys of virtual meetings and other people listening in and getting answers for us, we can confirm there will be a footpath in the front of Strohan Fields on Trevors Road. Thank you.
Thank you. That's on the other side of town, Councillor Mackay.
Mr. Chairman, can the public be congratulated for making sure that happens?
Yeah. Ladies.
Thank you. I'll pass back to Ian to answer that solar lighting question.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. That we plan to, we can certainly look at what the options are for those lit bollards. We have got some plans to put the solar lighting at the dog park entrances where the power is not available on site. So there is bollards available, so we'll look at what those options could look like as well. And that'll probably, if it's looking feasible, probably come through in the asset management plan, which would flow into the LTP in the upcoming deliberation.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Just, do we deem necessary that we have solar lights there? I'm sure there's street lights on the other side of the road. Would need to...
What are our thoughts there?
Need to see that there's a need first, before we just put them in a plan.
Taking that on board, see if there's a need first before we put it in the plan. Councillor Falloon.
To me, it's a nice to have.
Thank you. Janice.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to the conclusion of parks and open spaces and on to recreation facilities. So just, having a tech issue here. Okay, so at the bottom of page 20, we have begun theming up submissions relating to swimming or aquatics. So here's where we cover proposed women's only swim session at the EA Networks pool. Would anyone like to make a comment on that?
Sorry. Yeah. Kate, could you give us an update on that at the moment?
Yes, of course. We have trialed a women's only session previously. With the new change of hours, as noted, it's a perfect opportunity to once again commence this. I was quite thrilled to hear that they had 19 people uptake. I think it's a really feasible model that we should be trialing. As requested earlier, that's possibly something maybe I bring to you in the activity briefing, the proposal on how we go about doing that. I heard that they requested a reduction in the fee, that possibly they're not able to subsidize the entire fee to, in a really approximate numbers, it would, we would need to bring in about $100 to run 1 hour worth of it, right? And so you'd have to have 30 fee-paying adults. They had 19. And they didn't know if they could pay the whole fee. So those are some of the things I might bring to you in the activity briefing where I could get some further direction.
Thank you, Kate. Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. I was just going to say that's really positive. I think that's something that we've heard for a while now, and it's really good to see it going forward. And just the Mayor talking before about having maybe an open day or something where a couple of hours you could invite your volunteers, you could have your kids in who wouldn't normally get to come in, maybe worth looking at in the future too.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Kate, you said you trialled it before. What were the results of the trial?
Unfortunately, I wasn't here, so I can't give you direct personal feedback from it, but what I have asked about it quite a few times, and what I've heard is there wasn't high uptake, and so we've just kind of been waiting to get that back in the right frame, but looks like we have people in the community interested now, so I think it's timely.
Yeah, what Kathy said was there was 19, now that's former refugees, one little small group. There's 18,000 women out there. Not all want to swim, but there's a big pool.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I correct a comment? Can I correct a comment I made just now? I said it would take, sorry, I just wanted to correct something. I said it would take 30 fee-paying adults, full fee-paying. It would take 15 full fee-paying adults and 30 half fee-paying, right? So $100 is what we need to get to about, to run 1 hour. Yeah.
Thank you, Kate. Councillor Wilson.
Could we not fit it in on the night where we've curtailed it, obviously? And I think they should pay exactly the same as everybody else. I mean, if we're specifically shutting the pool for their exclusive use, they shouldn't expect to be able to get it cheap.
So through to you, Chair.
Councillor Cameron.
Are you referring to that subgroup being 50% of the population? Stuart?
Councillor Cameron.
Are you referring to being 50% of the population?
Councillor Cameron.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought you said go.
Just ask you to pause while I ask
sure.
Kate to make a comment. That's
Through to you, Chair, thank you. Two things. One, that is what we're looking at, is the times that we've curtailed the hours. It's a great opportunity as it fits in well, and it was what they were proposing. But also, as Hamish noted earlier, to the powers of being able to live stream this. Our last number, the last time we held this, we had between 6 and attendees each time, and we did it just a couple of sessions.
When was that?
In 2018.
Right. Yeah. Councillor Cameron, the floor is yours again.
Thank you. I just was remarking, had to put my light on when I heard they should be paying full price, but I am one of them, because and most people, 1, 2, 3, 4, four very valuable members around the table are one of that group as well. So that was my point. But I do think it should be initially on a trial basis to see if there's if the trial is relevant, then perhaps we should be looking at not necessarily recouping costs for the first wee while, just to see what the interest is, and then ascertaining the cost and what people would be prepared to pay. But I think that the submitter made the point, Councillor Wilson and everybody else around the table, that it's not just for people like the refugees that are no longer that are citizens, or other people. It's for women. Yeah, yeah. So that's me and Diane and Lynette and Liz. Yeah.
Thank you. Steve, have you got a comment there?
Yes, just through you, Mr. Chair. Just the comment was, it's in our work program to look at it now, but please bear in mind we can't sort of start it tomorrow, bearing in mind we're constrained with our current lifeguard numbers because of COVID, and of course we have to have female lifeguards only. We have to look at how we can screen the doors and the windows, but we're working on it. And the idea would be potentially that if we can make this fully cost recoverable, then the fee that we could set to meet that requirement would be hindered around that. So, but also the team are looking at the opportunity, maybe even Tynwell Pool in the summertime. When it shuts, there might be an hour after that could come out.
Look over
so,
the field.
Yeah. So there could be two potential pools that we could use.
Thank you, Steve. Councillor Lovett.
I was looking at the comments being made about volunteers for free swimming and things at the pool. I don't want us to go down that track, because how do you qualify volunteers? Who's doing more than somebody else? Everyone's volunteering for a lot of organisations, and I think it's dangerous ground to step on personally. It will cause a bit of conflict, or if you give them a card, they'll be giving it to someone else. I think we just stay clear out of it, recognise people for their volunteerism. We do that through awards, but opening up pool and free for all, I think, no.
Thank you. Councillor Cameron.
Just a response to the officer's remark about an hour after the Tynwell Pool closes. I think we should wait and do the analysis. I think the idea resonated around the table, and I think there's a definite need for that sector in our group to participate in a recreation activity, and to limit it to an hour in Tynwell when we have no public transportation in the town is a little bit limiting. Yeah.
Thank you.
Just through the chair, sorry, I wasn't trying to say that it would be Tynwell. All I'm trying to say is we might have opportunities for more than one site to roll out this initiative, which would cover for those living in Tynwell, plus then maybe during the winter, summertime, it could be a network centre. So we've got a couple of options that the staff will work through.
Thank you, Steve. Councillor Wilson.
Yes, I've got a question. If we have this swimming session for women only for specific cultural religious beliefs, will they be happy with other members of other women of different parts of society not dressing, or, you know, the togs are different to what they are? Do they swim in specific things, or is it...
Through to you, Chair.
Through the chair, yes.
Yeah. I'll ask Janice and then I'll go to Kate. Yeah, you got
Thank you, through the chair. The straight answer to that is yes, they will be comfortable. It's, yeah, having the woman-only provision is enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Kate's had her question answered too.
Yes, that's proven to be true at other councils.
Okay.
That have taken up this measure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
I think this session is worth looking at to see if it's feasible to do it. I think any initiative that EA Network can put together to have greater participation and gathering of money. Another example could be, if you wanted to try something, is have a rugby players only night. Well, you know,
You'll have to put the screens up then.
No, I think if you look at it as a straight commercial option, I think it could work for any group or groups.
Thank you. Back to you, Tony and Daisy, carry on.
All right. So we have made it to page 21. All right. So moving on to a couple of submissions asking for more court provisions.
Councillor Brahm.
Do you know where? Do they mean EA Centre or is it outdoors? Because there's no information whatsoever. And I've played basketball in the EA. Any answer anyway?
Don't know, sorry, not too sure on that.
Well, it's also hard playing with 5 teams. You need two teams to play, so I can't understand where it's coming from.
That's from Mr. Anonymous.
So
Janice, anything further you want to add there?
just perhaps moving on to the next one, the Ashburn Gymnastics Club. Just looking at their facility at the Ashburn College Gymnasium. And then if there's nothing further to add on that, page 22.
Before we go there, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you for permission, Mr. Chair. Is there any way we can make it commercially viable so that basketball is played all at EA Network Centre and not at another court in town? Sorry, I had my light on for some time. Yeah. And there's been a couple of topics discussed, but that's not my problem. I had to wait until the chair gave me the nod. So
I'm just not certain I understand the question. That's my
the question quite simply is that there is another basketball court in town, right, down Hempstead Way. How can we, is it possible in a commercial way to make it unviable for that court to exist and they transfer to EA Network Centre, thus giving more basketball games at EA Network Centre? The only way you're going to close them down is make it cheaper somehow. So I'm asking, is it possible commercially for us to do it?
I'm not certain that would be advisable. I think the more court provision in the district for more opportunity to play is supporting the wider community members in the best way possible. We do have times available for basketball to be played at EA Network Center, and we're fully provisioned with all of our courts lined and appropriate scoring mechanisms and hoops at the EA Network Center for basketball. I think we've done what we can, and I think we're supporting the community well.
Councillor Brown.
If I can just answer this as well. Both courts are getting used every week. So EA and also Oxford Street. And Oxford Street is a private one.
Mayor Brown.
Just going to...
Sorry. Oh. Basically, it's owned by the Basketball Association, the local one. The basketball hall in Oxford Street is owned by the Basketball Association.
Association. Mayor Brown, your turn.
The Mid-Canterbury Rugby Union, when the lady presented, she talked about two fields to be developed. One was a all-weather one which you couldn't play games on because you'll rip your skin off and whatever. Should you be going down the track of building one of those? I'm sure it'll be in the investigation. It didn't seem right to build something that you can't play on, you only practice on, but I'm sure that if it gets developed further, that will flow out what the right facility should be down there. Probably there's no answer to that, it's just make the investigation. The other one that's Sport Canterbury raised was the beach volleyball sand pit. It seems like, to me, low-hanging fruit where you could build something reasonably cheaply out on the land we have, fill it with sand and a net, and away you go. A bit like the disc golf, it was compared to relatively cheap. Could even be a community project to put it in and see the need, and if it didn't take favour over time, it could easily be removed again. Like, it's not a big structure, just some old power poles perhaps from EA Networks and some sand from ACL, and there you go with a net.
Thank you. Steve?
Just through the chair, it's been on our work program to investigate for about 6 months now, along the lines of even a beach volleyball tournament, but also how we can have that activity in one of the parks. We've just got to be careful that where we construct it, if it's close to a lot of residential houses, it becomes the cat litter box. So so we just have to be careful. But it's on our community services team radar, and we would probably work with some of the migrant communities. Filipino and Pacifica are very big into that sport. So, but yeah, we're aware of it.
Thank you, Steve. Councillor Mackay.
Mr Chair, the Canterbury Rugby Union wanting all-weather pitch. Yes, I think that's good. I would actually like us to have an all-weather pitch available for other sports as well, for soccer. And I have a little dream that families or young kids, girls and boys, can go and have a practice of rugby and go home and their mother doesn't have to use the washing machine. Because if you go to any other park in the middle of winter in Ashburton, mum has to use the washing machine when they get home. And that would be ideal, because I don't think, if we just look at rugby for this proposal, I don't believe it'll go down well in the community. This is a chance for all sports to participate that require a field, apart from hockey, which require the water to make it work.
I think this is something to look at in the future, and I'll defer to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I think Councillor Mackay is onto it. In fact, I heard the Chief Executive of Mid-Canterbury Rugby talk about an all-purpose, all-weather surface for a range of sports. So I think there's two things happening here. The all-weather surface can be utilised in the manner that Councillor Mackay envisages. And then they also, with Canterbury Rugby, we're also expressing a view for a marquee turf ground for their Heartland team and higher level games of rugby. But both facilities, subject to bookings and all the rest of it, I think with Canterbury Rugby except would be for multiple sports use.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I don't think at this stage we should forget that hockey, they submitted to us a couple of years ago about what were we going to do about the sports centre, because when they come to renew their pitch, they perhaps were asking us where we stood to help them shift it. So when you all talk rugby, please remember that there is a hockey artificial pitch there that can be part of this.
One of the things that that I recall from a former life is that we tend to think of artificial pitches as one thing, and they absolutely aren't.
No.
So a hockey turf is different to an acceptable standard for rugby, which is often different to an acceptable standard for soccer. Not at a junior level, who just need a space to run around on, as per Councillor Mackay's point, but you won't be able to play Premier hockey on a turf that's fit for rugby. So there are a range of things to resolve in the development of an artificial turf. We'll have to define the purpose of it really clearly.
Councillor Brahm.
Thank you. Just a question. Youth Town, is it a local or is it nationwide? Okay.
Through to you, Chair. Youthtown is a nationwide program. They've reached out to us and we've started partnering with them based out of their Christchurch location. They don't have a strong local presence in Ashburton, but are looking to support the community more widely, and we're working on them with that.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay?
Just following up on Councillor Wilson, Mr Chair. Next time hockey are in the position they were in, this council, in my opinion, needs to be more ready for it. Because there's another comment that's around for parents with 2 or more children often have, is that Saturday's a nightmare because they have to go to 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different venues. If we can get the car in one car park, it's actually very efficient. And one of the sponsors of such a venture around EA Network Centre could actually be NZTA in their ability to find more efficient use of vehicles.
Interesting thought, Councillor Mackay. Where are we? Okay, Janice.
So looking back at page 22, we seem to have covered off a lot of the comments that are there, apart from Rachel Pilling, page 77. Submitter would like to see development of more recreation areas where dogs are allowed, additional walking tracks in Methven, and council rec facilities outside of Ashburton.
Mayor Brown.
The dogs can go pretty well anywhere now, I think, as long as on a lead. So is she asking for more off-lead spaces, which we have some in Ashburton, Methven and Rakaya. So not too sure what she's really wishing for, but necessarily anyone else does.
Nobody has the answer to that one, so Janice, you may continue.
All right. So, we've covered off from today's hearing, so that takes us to page 23, other feedback. So new information that we received today was from the Hakateri Youth Sports Club, which is requesting council to explore or think about ways it can support volunteers, which we discussed earlier. Was there more discussion to be had on that?
Any comment?
No.
Why would the council support volunteers? Councillor Cameron.
I think we need to support volunteers because volunteers contribute to our well-being and our sense of place in our community. How we support volunteers is not such an easy answer, but I think we need to have an open mind and we need to acknowledge the role volunteers play in our community and to enable our kids to do their thing in the weekends or during the week and a whole lot of other positions, but I don't know how to support volunteers. We did have a suggestion from a submitter that they have free gym membership or free swims or whatever. I mean, we'll have to wait until we get the utilisation back and see what, you know, what our capacity is at the swimming pool and what the extra cost would be on that, I imagine. But yes, I do think we should support our volunteers.
Thank you. Councillor Brahm.
The biggest volunteers for those kids should be the parents. And then you've got other volunteers who can help them, but you need the parents there to do it.
Thank you. Councillor Lovett.
I was going to say, we do support our volunteers with awards nights, and anyone can submit to that. And we do have volunteering, is it South Canterbury or Mid Canterbury, that work out of Community House, and maybe we kind of have to work, we're the enablers, work with them a bit more for them to try and get the word out there that parents need to pull their weight and get involved in sport, get some catchy phrases, and it's parents have to put the time and effort into their kids in these sports and tell some real stories of some of these referees and stuff that are having to do multi games because the lack of volunteers as referees. So maybe that's where our stories need to start feeding out through Community House and the media. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, the volunteers, I think you'd have to define a volunteer. I think we all around the table would volunteer for something, and if you don't, well, you probably should. Some will do it a lot more than others, so defining the volunteer would be difficult, I think. I think it's a nice suggestion that you give something back, but I think you could capture 35,000 people in this district as a volunteer, or one way or the other. But I'm happy to be guided another way if possible.
Thank you. Janice.
Okay, and then that brings us to looking at the written submissions. So other feedback we had from the Ashburton Club and MSA Petanque Club, supporting the strategy, Sport Canterbury recommending that the strategy be adopted, Mid Canterbury Rugby Union saying that some of their goals align with the goals in the strategy. And then turning over to page 24, we had another submitter who requested better promotion of the clubs and contacts, more, just making some general comments if there's anyone that wants to comment on that. Mid Canterbury Cricket Association saying that the communication from council has improved. Spokes Canterbury just making that some general comments, and then page 25 we have Age Concern expressing appreciation for funding support from council. Youth Town making some comment in regards to barriers for youth, and they would like to be a part of any discussions to find workable community actions, and then a submitter who left a link for us to have a look at. Any questions or comments on those last ones?
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. I've just got a comment on the Age Concern, and they've brought up a good subject in saying that they appreciate ADC funding and supporting the hip hop instructor, and through Safe Communities, one of our biggest concerns is falls in older people, and the amount of balance classes and sort of Tai Chi and these hip hop classes that are run for our elderly residents, and the uptake is absolutely huge. And we've talked about youth and all that today, but I think we've got another population that they're out and about, they're doing all these amazing classes. I can't remember how many, I think there's over 400 people a month that go to these classes, which is quite big. So just, it's nice to see that mentioned in there, and just something that we should keep in mind.
Thank you. Councillor Lovett.
One thing that came up today, and I've heard, is in our parks, is there space areas where people can do yoga in quiet places. I mean, you see it overseas in a lot of parks. You go past and there'll be, 10, 15 people out there doing their yoga, tai chi, whatever. Have we got those spaces sort of marked out in any of our reserves or parks that's friendly to people to participate in these activities?
Yes, through the chair, they're welcome on any of our reserves. That's part and parcel of why we provide the provision that we do, and they can be used ad hocly by anyone. No marking required. No.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, everybody. Tony and Janice, anything else you want to ask, or where are you at? You've got sufficient for now.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, yes, really appreciate everyone's work today and effort and giving us the direction that you have. We'll go away and update the draft strategy accordingly and then bring it back to council, showing you what we've changed or what we propose to change for you to consider at a council meeting for adoption.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Thank you.
I can't promise the end of the month. It might have to be July. Might be July. It was the original plan, but we'll try our best. Yep.
Just before we adjourn, Councillor Mackay.
My question arises from the answer to the Mayor. It might not be before the next council meeting. So how many council meetings will it be away? Because we actually have to wait for another independent study to be done to feed into this before we can proceed with the strategy, don't we? Or do we? Or have I got it wrong? I'm referring of Kate's strategy.
Through the chair, in short, no, we don't. This is the high-level principles of the key objectives that we're wanting to achieve. In terms of the work that Kate's about to bring to council in late August, which is the business and marketing plan, that's specifically about a single function of council, which is the EA Network Centre, and that will then trigger off whatever conversation has to happen from that point about a different fee structure, for example, or a different approach to marketing. The strategy sets the overall goal of where we want to go in the next 10 years, and the work that's coming in the future with the business and marketing plan and the utilisation study will start to actually give us some traction of, okay, this stacks up, this idea doesn't. So you can, as soon as we get this done, we'll bring it straight to you for adoption and it won't hold anything up.
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Yes, Councillor Mackay.
I totally agree with what's just been said, but I asked staff or the Chief Executive, is that correct? Because it was made a very strong point that everything was going to have to wait for the marketing plan to come by senior officers of council. But I applaud of what Tony's just said. So can the Chief Executive like to make comment? Have I got something wrong somewhere? Have I heard some wrong things about an hour ago?
Well, that's possible, of course, but
either that or I just did. Through Mr. Chair, I thought Tony's answer was utterly consistent with developing the strategy and letting the marketing utilisation work give effect or life to it. So I thought our answers were broadly the same, unless I've not understood the councillor correctly.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Executive. I concur, and I see no other lights on. So I thank all the councillors for their input and their effort, and I thank the staff for all their input and effort and support. Couldn't do it without you, and I'm now going to adjourn these deliberations.